Welcome to the inaugural edition of CXO Bfsi Multicloud Summit and Awards 2020. I am Kalpana Singhal, Editor-in-Chief, CXO TV, Tech Plus Media, and your host for today's event. We all know that COVID-19 has emerged as the black swan event of the century with significant macroeconomic impact both globally and in India. The exponential spread of COVID-19 has led to a major disruption of businesses and the speed at which BFSI industry is evolving when it comes to regulation, customer behavior, and technology. It is a clear sign that the future of the financial industry will not be same. As the financial institutions restructure their framework to adapt to post-crisis demands, most of the experts opine that customer experience, multi-cloud, automation, and cybersecurity will shape the sector over the next few years. The CXO BFSI Multicloud Summit 2020 is a knowledge and networking platform curated to deep dive into the imminent challenges and best practices in BFSI. The key focus is on enhancing the customer journey through digital innovations, multi-cloud, automation, and cybersecurity. That's not all. The event coincides with the most coveted BFSI Excellence Awards, recognizing more than 60 CXOs from the sector. So, things are going to be extremely interesting. Be prepared for a highly thought-provoking and interesting day. So, without any further delay, let me invite Anuj Singhal, co-founder Tech Plus Media, to kickstart the event with his welcome note.
Good morning, good afternoon, or maybe good evening to many of us. I'm delighted and honored to welcome you all on this spacious inaugural day of CXO BFSI Multi-Cloud Summit and Awards 2020. Prior to COVID-19 pandemic, the BFSI industry was already evolving at a rapid pace, driven by the changing customer expectations, heightened competition from incompetent and few and new entrants, evolving regulations, and advancement in technology. Digital transformation was well underway, evident by the proliferation of digital channel tools and challenger banks. Despite these trends, the customer willingness to adopt and firm willingness to invest in digital remain inconsistent. However, in the matter of weeks, COVID-19 has upended those conventions. It has forced radical change in the customer behavior, moving significant portion of the economy online and increasing the customer comfort and willingness to engage digitally. It has also proven the case of digital transformation, as digitally mature financial institutes have displayed agility and resilience in the immediate aftermath of crisis. Conversely, for those FIs that have historically struggled to kickstart their digital transformation journey, the crisis has exposed the gap in technology, and firms have responded quickly to close those gaps. In fact, for many FIs, COVID-19 has stripped away many of the barriers that organizations face in realizing the digital promises. Besides generating organizational and leadership support, COVID-19 has swiftly removed roadblocks like risk aversion and collaboration with the external partner ecosystem, including the fintech players. Indeed, digital make life easier for customers. People are increasingly enjoying the simplicity of managing all their finance in one place, setting up automatic payment or making deposit anytime, anywhere without the need to queue in the bank or any financial institute. A quick glance at BFSI industry in India, which consists of banks, financial institute, insurance organization, give us an understanding of the robustness of the systems and the strong digital footprint. The banking industry in India has historically been one of the most stable systems globally. Despite the global upheaval, however, with 27 public banks, 21 private banks, 49 foreign banks, 56 regional rural bank, 1562 urban cooperative bank, 94,384 rural cooperative bank. In addition to cooperative credit institute, the Indian banking system offers a great scope for digitalization. In fact, most of the Indian banks are actively taking decisions to drive their digital transformation agenda, which include collaboration with fintech companies. The fact that India is among the fastest growing fintech market in the world gives us an interesting dimension to this growing partnership. In fact, India has the highest fintech adoption rate globally of 87%, which is significantly higher than the global average rate of 64%. In addition, the overall transaction value in the Indian fintech market is expected to jump approximately $65 billion in 2019 to $140 billion in 2023. Further, India is likely to contribute 2.2% of the world's digital payment market by 2023. And the value of such transaction is expected to reach 12.4 trillion globally by 2025. In addition, the financial service firm have upped their ante with technology push driven by never seen before interest of retail investor despite the COVID crisis. Over the 5-month period ending August 2020, the equity capital market reported an aggregate turnover of 1,717 lakh crores, up from 1,366 lakh crores during the same period, registered year-on-year growth of 24%. This is the largest because it's easier to invest using trading applications as well as robo-advisors that give personalized investment advices using data analytics and AI. Notably, the renewed focus on efficiency is driving further automation across the value chain. Technologies such as API, intelligent automation, cloud, RPA are playing a critical role in streamlining the middle office processes such as onboarding, KYC, AML, etc. In addition, AI and ML are proving themselves through the crisis, enabling FIs to streamline their loan processing efforts and enhance customer interaction through AI-powered visual assistants. Here are the 4 key areas that FIs need to focus on to exit the crisis and become resilient in any future crisis. The first one is re-engineering the business continuity process. Building resilience in process is crucial to ensure smooth service for customer across touch points, branches, ATM, call centers, digital assets, and support operation. Second point is digital transformation has gained crucial importance to embrace and involve with digital capabilities to enable contactless sales, service, and customer employee interactions. Shifting to an asset light model with the larger focus on digital platform and remote working will help FIs to reduce fixed costs without any disruption to services. And the last point is keeping employee productivity high among and midst the COVID-19 crisis will require innovative efforts beyond the usual crisis management playbook. Moreover, FIs need to look at the larger picture and channelize the effort in potential growth areas while withdrawing from cost inefficient and non-essential segments. Further, to conclude my thought, technology has not only transformed BFSI, it has also changed the perception of customers and their expectations toward this industry as a whole. The BFSI is going through a period of rapid transformation, hurled by disruption and driven by emerging digital technology. The unbelievable pace of change in technology advancement is making this possible, what was not feasible earlier. As long as BFSI sector is concerned, technology led and technology innovative will keep reinventing its capability and will always be relevant both to our partners and to our customers. In fact, the BFSI CXO Cloud Summit is our endeavor to invest that how customers experience multi-cloud, AI, and automation will shape the sector over the next few years. We have indeed weaved dynamic agenda packed with thought leadership sessions, executive vision panel, one-on-one executive exchange, and extended network opportunity. I am of a firm opinion that you will gain knowledgeable insight and strategies to further drive your organization growth. Thank you.
Thanks, Anuj, for your deep insights and setting the agenda for today's event. Now, let me invite the first speaker of the event, Dr. Rajendran N., CEO, Indian Financial Technology and Allied Services, a wholly owned subsidiary of RBI. Dr. Rajendran is a leading expert in the field of payments and banking systems and holds a PhD in computer science. With an outstanding track record in strategizing people and technology management, cybersecurity, administration, thought leadership, and project and business execution, Dr. Rajendran has consistently excelled and succeeded in delivering at multiple technical leadership positions for over 20 years of his industry presence and experience. Please welcome him to deliver his keynote on the topic, The Future of Money, the Impact of an Increasingly Cashless Society.
Hello everyone. I hope all of you and your family is doing well. I am Dr. Rajendran. I am CEO, Indian Financial Technology and Allied Services, a RBI subsidiary. Today I am going to talk about the future of money, how the digital money is created an impact to the society and how it is going to take it forward. If we see the statistics starting from the 2009 to 2019, this one decade, how this progress on the remittance is continuously increasing, and in the compared to the world total remittance happen and inflows on the respective countries, we see the low and middle income countries have continuously increasing the remittance flow and through the digital mode. And this shows that how people are shifting from the digital mode, and the numbers are increasing through the wire transactions. And if we see the last decade, and 80% is growth of this remittance in the low and middle income countries. And if you just go to our India's perspective, in 2018 alone, there is 79.5 billion USD cross-border inward has been received, and India is the top on in this the cross-border remittance inward recipient, and it also contributed around 12% of the global cross-border remittance. And you can see the other countries how it is doing well. You can see that the all other countries, you can see the how they were doing, but India has at the 79.5% on the remittance. And how it has an impact to the global. See, when you see the global perspectives, the influencing factors, and number one, that internet users, about 4.5 billion internet users, those also adopting the payment, it nearly becomes almost the equal amount of people still trying to reach the, maybe estimate source that things, the around 3.8 billion smartphone users will be there in the 2021. So this also one of the influencing factor for adopting the digital currencies. And how it is going to impact the cross borders. The cross border, if you see the payment in the last decade, and for the retail segments, it is around 63%, and growth has been increased. And the business to business perspective, we see around 27 trillion transaction happen globally, and how much values for the retail payments. Retail payments triggered around $2 trillion in the payments. And if you take the digital focus, where it is happening, how it is happening, mostly the drive towards the mobile segments. And if we say 4 billion digitally, the global payment users are available. That means that every internet users are trying to become a payment user of the ecosystems. And take the cards, how it is growing, and card infrastructures, and the mobile smartphone penetrations, and the card penetrations, and acceptance infrastructures penetrations. These are an influencing factors and creating a customer confident to do the transactions. So now we take the Indian context. When you see the things, the growth rate after the 2014, 15, 16, and even 2019 and 20, it is the exponential growth in terms of the digital payments happen in India. So how it is possible? And the smartphones adoptions also continuously increasing, and the convenience and experience of the end customers is getting adopted more, and also they could able to do the easy and convenience transaction at any place. And this has changed the big changes in the ecosystems. Now you take the normal the purchase or the retail segments. If you see, either the consumer or the merchants also changed a lot of things in the ecosystem. In the entire pandemic period, last 6-7 months, if we see how this has been influenced the industries and the customers to innovate new ways to do the business. And that is possible because of this, the payments are available. And any business wanted to run, the ultimate final goal is there will be a financial transaction. That need to be done an easiest way. And the online merchants growth has been grown tremendously. and even the retail stores has converted into a way of an online business, just taking a call from the phone and executing order and using a messaging structure like a WhatsApp or any other messaging systems and taking an order and executing the or delivering the goods to doorsteps. That has created the more opportunities to reach out the new customers and also do the new way of business. So how it impacts? If you see, you are sitting in the any place, you're in India context, you take it, whether you're sitting at whether it's the Kanyakumari or in Kashmir, any location, if you see, you are not restricted to buying anything. Whatever you want it to be, whatever you like it, and you will able to just order it through them online. So that kind of convenience created a customer confident that anytime we can order it sitting anywhere home or anywhere and able to get whatever he wanted to get it. And the new way of doing the business has created a lot of things to the merchant establishments also. So now the merchants no need to worry about where they are located. Earlier days, the people need to do find out a prime location. People have to be converging location or a big malls or so many things they need to worry about it and doing a big marketing boards in front of them, and also in many places they need to do such kind of activities. Nowadays, they also moved from the physical advertising the concept to the digital advertising. So their marketing also changed, and the office infrastructures, there are no need to have a well established infrastructure currently. By using the digital payments, that provides the people can do establishment can be any places, and they can start doing a delivery mechanism to creating some structure how to deliver the goods to the end customer. These are the two things they need to work out, and they can able to do their business. So ultimately what they are going to do, they are going to save a lot of money on the establishment or infrastructures, so that can be converted into a discount or price reduction in the goods and everything, and that will able to make the win-win situation between the customer and the retail merchants. So this is the retail segments, and and it has changed the life of the both merchant and the customer, and this is going to be grow and continuously. That's why the statistics shows that, and this will continuously going to grow. And if you see what is the B2B business, the B2B business also becomes the very important things. By adopting the digital payments, the trust between the entities, the big buyers also is established through a common platform in the digital platform, and even the product and product identification and the so many things are they could able to visualize visual method, they could able to convince to the B2B the segment, and they able to create the confidence between the segment, and also when you are doing the transactions, and no need to do an advance check kind of things, and no need to do the payment in advance. And once the goods or delivery or whatever service levels are satisfied, that time the money can be released. So this created the big revolutions in the B2B segments also. And if you see that now so many payments are available 24/7, the retail payments available 24/7. Now the real-time cross settlement systems also going to be available all the days, and this is going to create a lot of opportunities to the business entities to do the business in very efficient method. Then they can save a lot of money and during the transaction or during executing the project, So that will gives the more compatibility in the doing the business in India, and so many countries has been successful when they are making the payment systems an easy way so that the business are able to do the and very conveniently to the respective business. So this is the way it is getting the grown in the market. And just like to see the things how this the cashless payments by the countries. Just take this the pictures which is given here, and from the 2014 and 2015 and 2016, then 17, 18. How you can see the things, many countries, and specifically for India and China, has the tremendous growth in the cashless payments, and roughly more than 50% in the last 4-5 years itself. And also many people started discussing about more method of distributing or adopting either digital money or the digital payments in their ecosystems. And India is the leapfrogging in many ways, and that's why now if we see that 24/7 it comes into the effect, and it is going to be then in the next week it's going to be there, and we are everything is available and 24/7, whether it is the business to business, whether it is the retail, and the payments becomes the non-stop and available in all the days and all the times, and anytime anybody can do the transaction. So that is we are the first leapfrogging in the many ways on the digital payments. What is the motivations behind the countries to promote the cashless payments? Definitely, that's what the doing the business, one of the key factors which the influence lot of business entity to even invest from foreign country to do the business in India. And of course the cost efficiency, which I have already told you about the things, how the retail people can save, even the business to business people also can able to save the lot of cost by planning and optimizing the entire execution of the work and the goods delivery or service delivery. They can able to save a lot of money, that benefits can go to the end consumer. It can happen, so this way it can be effectively it can be utilized. Even the whether it is the lending business, whether it is the consumer market or the service industry, and lot of things efficiently it can be handled. That is one of the advantage the countries are continuously pushing into the cost efficiency. Then if we see financial digitization and the increase the financial inclusions in the systems. How if we see the things, even our own the direct benefit transfer, how it is created a impact into the society as well as the into the country, how much money has been saved and how much people benefit also they could able to get immediately. So lot of the financial leakages has been closed, and it becomes a more successful cost benefit transfer systems in the world. So similarly, this once we move it to the digital systems, and you can able to create the policies and tools for monitoring the same can be an effective one. So the countries earlier used to only depend on one country's currency. Now every country, because it becomes the digital, trying to use their own currencies to the other market also. So that is also going to be changed the currency handling in the global market, and the efficiency and the safety and robustness of the systems also one of the key factors driving force behind these cashless societies. So with these views, I would like to conclude that the the increase in adoption of the digital payments going to help the society in all the sectors, and the feature is going to be the more adoption of the digital, and the also driving lot of business through the digital payments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Rajendran, for an informative keynote address. May I please invite Vartul Mittal, a renowned technology and innovation specialist. Vartul is a leading industry expert in management consulting and a distinguished top 40 under 40 digital transformation leader in the space of intelligent automation, advanced analytics, and multi-cloud adoption. He has more than 14 years of strong global business transformation experience in management consulting and has delivered engagements for Fortune 500 organizations such as IBM, Barclays, Coca-Cola, Kotak Mahindra Bank, Royal Bank of Scotland, Standard Life Insurance, and Citibank. Please join me in welcoming Vartul Mittal to deliver his keynote on the topic Resetting the Model, Banks Poised to Emerge Stronger Post-COVID-19.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Bfsi Multicloud Summit 2020, which is organized by CXO TV and Tech Plus Group. Today I'll be speaking about how the banks are poised to emerge stronger post-COVID-19 and how they're setting the model back in a new and a different way post-COVID-19. And definitely we accept it as a new normal. Myself, Vartul Mittal, I have been advising various clients across banking, financial services, and insurance industry over the last 14 plus years. And I specialize myself into data analytics, cloud adoption, and intelligent automation. So I'll share my few learnings over the last couple of months that when I've interacted with multiple CXOs in the industry who are my peers, how they have been doing things right to come out better for the emerging model. So now here we see that there are multiple ways where banks are rebuilding trust and supporting the entire customer base they have. And when I look at the customer base where they are supporting, they are completely trying to overhaul how they manage this entire downturn. So there are four levers which have been identified as per the detailed analysis and studies which are helping rebuilding trust. First is the physical lever, where we develop the trust with our physical space and we ensure it is safe for all the stakeholders who operate in the physical space. Second is the financial trust, which talks about how we trust our financial concerns are being served and we manage them very well. Third is the emotional trust, where we manage how emotional and social needs are being safeguarded during this pandemic. And fourth is the foremost important digital trust, which talks about how we trust our information and we assure each one of us to all our clients that it is safe. So moving ahead, when I talk about all the different levers of trust that we see, I have been seeing that how these banks have been coming up with a better phenomena. So there are five different ways. First is they are disbursing stimuli packages. They are helping companies get access to greater credit line so they can manage their working capital during these bad times when there is a less flow of cash. Third, they are providing counseling services to minimize negative financial effects. That is one of the most important factor in current times. And fourth is they're offering payment holidays and waiving charges. So that is something extraordinary that has happened and where banks have came out very well and shown empathy towards multiple areas of concern. And fifth is they're providing self-service tools and helplines so that can serve as a supporting need to all the customers they service. Moving ahead, when you talk about the different benefits of universal banking model with a more diversified set of business outcomes, then we look at it, how are these businesses are playing out. So primarily, there was a practice in Europe region, which was very most common, but now it has emerged out as a practice which is being adopted by different banks globally. Similarly, when I talk about different banks globally, banks in India are also tying up into multiple areas, and where they want to showcase that how they can partner with fintechs and other companies to provide such bouquet of services to their clients. And when I talk about these benefits which emerge as one of the larger set of benefits, we see that these benefits come out with a model which is low cost, higher output, and better products. Second, it has got lower administrative cost. Third, upselling and marketing becomes much more easier in these current times. And fourth, the entire improved trust and low risk due to diversified nature of businesses is the one of the key benefits, or I'll say the outcomes, which we see when we talk about the universal banking across retail, across wholesale banking, and the investment banking, which forms the overall grid of the space we are mentioning about. So whether it's in Europe or India, there has been a change where businesses are playing out and have become much more diversified. Now, when we talk about this crisis, uh, which is delivering a radical change to all the banking businesses and operating models, so there is a huge shift that is happening from physical to digital. Banks are trying to make banking simpler, safer, and more personalized. How? You can see on my screen, uh, I've captured the most important factors where we see the banking becoming more digital than physical. First is the digital signatures and the video KYC, where we can have much more faster closures of branch and offices due to COVID-19, and now we have seen that there's a shift where we have moved towards the digital services where eKYC was already there. Now we have video KYC picking up by most of the banks, and we have the digital signatures. So that provides the authorization or security from the users or the customers end, where we have much more authentication. Second is face, touch, and voice IDs. So when we see today contactless payment methods and effective fraud protection has happened because we have got different ways how we can measure and we can identify a fraud much more accurately, and we can resolve the disputes much more faster. Third is reduced demand for physical channels. Right now, we have repurposed ourselves with the real estate and needs and established smaller business hubs which can service customers much more faster and without they're more of a like a borderless regions where we can have much more faster access to response to our customer queries. Then comes the upgraded corporate banking. We can see that corporates are favoring easy and quick solutions similar to retail customers. Now the boundary has become much more thin as compared to what it used to be pre-COVID. Next, what I would like to touch upon is the customer experience. Customer experience is all about how the customer interactions were happening before, and now when we do customer interactions, which is much more self-serve or over a conversational AI bot or over a method where we have much more non-voice options. That has increased the level of serviceability to our customers. And all this is happening because when I talk about digital, that is one of the most driving forces. All of these things which have happened in the industry in last recent 8 months in a much more faster manner has been due to the right use of data and analytics, where we had the opportunity to collect data and leverage it to deliver connected and more personalized experience through omni-channel scenario. Yes, so that covers one of the larger area where we talk about shift from physical to digital. Now, when we move ahead, I'd like to share that when we talk about new customer offerings to the new normal, this is one of the most important points, how we are adapting ourselves to deliver something much more newer to our customers. First is the subscription models to deliver bundled services that has came into existence. Second is advanced risk management using smart analytical capabilities. Third is highly customized and individualized experience by leveraging data. Like I reinforced in my last slide also, we have to leverage data and analytics at, at best to our abilities so we can make much more insightful decisions and can deliver a far more superior customer experience. Next is when we look at the comparison between the banking trend line and the different industries trend line, and the finally the oil and gas trend line, which is the least mature industry. Why I've taken oil and gas? Because in comparison to banking, banking is the most mature industry. Oil and gas is a much lesser mature industry. Now you can see the trend over the last 3 years. We have seen different business models emerge, where we have moved from the older business models to much more low cost, uh, or I'll say business models which are further moving very steeply towards the sustainable business models, which are much more newer business models. And when I talk about these newer business models, where we see banking is one of the on the highest side of the curve, we see that these all business models are emerging because when we talk about low margin operating models, where we have restructured and we have done cost optimization, then COVID-19 has definitely been an eye opener, where we have improvement in terms of different opportunities we have realized, and we have captured them as a benefit to move ourselves from a old model to a more sustainable digital model. Third is the investment focus on end-to-end digitization and automation has actually gone up much higher. Banks are much more open today to deploy cloud, to embrace digitization, and the automation of processes which was happening at a business unit level has grown up at an enterprise level. So that is a much more faster trend, or I'll say adoption, that has happened in last 8 months, which we could not see in last 5 years. And the key focus area is definitely how we bring zero or no latency and with zero touch points and with completely digital processes. So these are the radical changes which banking sector has adopted to drive themselves better during and post COVID-19 crisis. And the last one, when we talk about this crisis being an innovation in the sector to enable some institutions, where we talk about how the first is the value exchange. In the value exchange, we see that there is a right ideas and right time being shared with the right set of people. Second is we have diverse participants, where we have right people to co-create the right thought leadership, right solutions. Third is the right landscape to collaborate through shared capabilities, where partners, vendors, customers come together jointly and they bring fintech solutions which are contactless payments like facial recognition and wearables, wellness bot, psychological well-being of employees, AI-based enhancement tools that come into play, and where we move away from the legacy solutions to much more advanced solutions. And finally, we have the because we now have employees working remotely. Definitely, we can't leave that important point unturned, where we have remote employees working in secure environments, maintain uninterrupted solutions. And one of the final lever of the entire innovation ecosystem framework is the rules of engagement, where we have shared risk and accelerated learning. For example, we have now contact center on cloud, where we can handle queries by voice bots and chat bots with a 24/7 availability and auto scaling. So these are the levers which we see that how the entire ecosystem has been re-established with much more infusion of innovation. And we see that how banking institutions will emerge very, very strong as we move ahead, and we have already dwelled and moved as a very progressive sector into the from the crisis towards more of innovation. And that's majorly points from my side. I am happy to have this opportunity to contribute to BFSI Multi-Cloud Summit. And thanks a lot, all of you, to be a patient listener.
Thanks, Vartul, for apprising the audience with your in-depth analysis and observations. Now, let's invite Sushil Mukherjee, DSPS Lead, Enterprise, Dell Technologies. Sushil Mukherjee is an industry professional with more than 20 years' experience, having worked with some of the marquee IT companies like Digital, Sun Microsystems, and Hitachi Data Systems, and has been propagating the storage domain messaging itself for a decade now. He has been with Dell Technologies for the last 3 years and as an enterprise lead in the storage platforms and solutions team will give you a perspective on hybrid cloud, especially with regards to your data capital.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to share one of the perspectives that Dell Technologies has on the role of emerging technologies with regards to creating value in this digital world, especially in these unprecedented times. So we'll briefly touch upon a few areas, beginning with the emerging technology landscape, the tenets of hybrid cloud, our take on the workload profiles, and an introduction to an exciting new generation platform that we have recently unveiled. So getting started, as is being seen all around, technology is really changing every industry. We see traditional industries like agriculture and farming using edge devices and drones for smart farming with big data to help optimize their yields and livestock. Retail and financial services companies are moving increasingly sophisticated services online and making them mobile friendly to better understand and engage with their customers securely and from anywhere. Now, with the global economy going digital, it's critical that the organizations transform to meet this growing need. IDC alone estimates 60% of the global GDP will be digital by 2022. This means that, for the physical goods, 60% of the revenue in the value chain will be derived via these digital means. Competitive advantage, therefore, will increase by a result of the insights derived from data and the software that really drives the digital experience in a multi-cloud world. Now, let's look at the key pillars of the emerging technologies. Deployment and use of emerging technologies will be critical in the next decade. These will be powered by the edge computing and a multi-cloud strategy. On its own, each technology has the potential to spark major changes. In combination, they will redefine how the organizations build and deploy software, how they modernize and simplify their infrastructure, how they really inspire their workforce and secure their most critical assets, especially in the days of work from home. Right? Data has become the foundation of everything around us. As a result, the emerging technologies, if you look at the left-hand side from the emerging technologies, the journey of these organizations, no matter which industry or location, it's dependent upon the ability to really do the three things, which is drive new efficiencies so that the organization can become more agile and efficient, take the tsunami of the data and actually use the power of the organization, use it to really power the organizations, and generate value from that data to uncover new opportunities to either make or save money. Together, these technologies cover a company's needs from real-time market insights to data-driven business intelligence to scalable technology solutions. Let's take a brief look at the capabilities of each that it demonstrates why the digital organizations are really choosing to invest in these areas. Beginning with the edge. The edge is really the starting point. The edge will transform how the people, machines interact with the digital services by acting on data which is closer to the source. The edge has the potential to really enable entirely new experiences, enhance efficiency, and improve the control in the business. right? When it comes to IoT, by interconnecting the digital sensors and the devices in the physical world, IoT transforms the material things into streams of data, allowing people to really sense and interact with the objects in entirely new ways and accelerate the pace of the innovation which we see around us, right? The next is the next generation connectivity that we are seeing with the advent of 5G, which is expected to really enable ultra low latency response times and support the real time connectivity. 5G will really offer broadband speeds of up to 20 Gbps and the ability to really support over 1,000 more devices per meter as compared to what it could do when we had just the 4G. Right. The anticipated benefits from this include faster video downloads, near instantaneous response times to web browsing, and easy transfers of large quantities of data. Right. AI doing rapid progress, transforming the new and existing data through the analytics and machine learning. With more than about $5 billion of venture capital investment over the last 2 years, AI is really poised to have a very transformative effect on the consumer, enterprise, and the government markets all around the world, right? And this is rightly put so by PwC. Uh, the last is the cornerstone of digital leadership, which is a clear and defined multi-cloud strategy that every organization really needs to strive at. It needs to really have a roadmap which is needed, and just bear in mind that it is never a one size that fits all. So it has to be very, very unique to your own organizations, your own business models, and that's where we really unlock the new value from your data. Now, when it comes to really cloud, in terms of that cloud approach, we firmly believe at Dell Technologies that the cloud is not a destination, but more of an operating model. Also, that it is no longer a conversation of either a public or a private cloud, but more the strategic use of both the hybrid cloud, right? Therefore, it's important to really note the 3 physical laws that will impact this digital multi-cloud world of ours, beginning with the laws of physics, the laws of economics, and the laws of land. With the laws of physics, we look at the data gravity. So with the humongous volumes of data, it is a wise strategy for compute power to really gravitate towards the source of the data, which is the edge locations we just spoke about. In laws of economics, we see that the consumption economics versus capital heavy investments have really trade-offs. And depending on the usage profiles, consumption based can also become quite cost prohibitive over a period of time, right? And lastly, we are very, very conscious of the laws of the land, compliance, data sovereignty, and that add a real new wrinkle to this cloud. As the organizations and the governments have become more data savvy, the requirements to really protect it have become that much more advanced. That means that data which could really flow freely across borders or be exposed might now, by legal decree, be that much more constrained, right? The implications of really getting it wrong can be quite severe, and as such must be a deep consideration when making decisions on where the workloads really reside, right? It is all about the landing zones of the data, which we are going to discuss a little more in detail. But the narrative that the data centers are really going away has proven to be pretty false. 92% of the respondents to ESG research's hybrid cloud tipping point analysis indicated that their cloud strategies were inclusive of having on-prem data centers. Also, what we saw, 83% of the organizations value the consistency of infrastructure from their data center right to the public clouds. And furthermore, they found that about 77% of the respondents have really pulled some workloads back on premises, popularly being referred to as cloud repatriation. Now, this isn't to say really that the public cloud is not working. It is only that the organizations are rather realizing that certain businesses and application requirements can create that dynamic where the workload is best suited probably to be on-prem at times, right? And for this reason, the organizations must really start thinking about cloud as an operating model, because when you just think about it as a place, that means that any workload not in a public cloud fails to benefit from those attributes of your all important data, right? And where really does this data emanate from, right? It's from the increasing multitude of other applications. Now, we at Dell Technologies know some of these applications very well. We are specialists in some of them, and also some that we really do not understand and that much about, right? But the problem, however, was not only the growing number of applications, the volume, the velocity, the pace at which they were coming into our businesses, but also the changing nature of data itself, right? That is involved in these applications, which is becoming becoming increasingly disparate, diverse, and distributed. Now, our job is to be those workload specialists, right? Whilst we don't understand all the applications very well, what we really do understand incredibly well is the workload profiles and its characteristics that they generate, right? Now, what we can then create is a smaller number of application profiles, right? Or characteristics that say a smaller set of buckets, to say so, which gives us an opportunity to really consolidate some of these applications into these buckets which we consolidate. And then, let's look at this workload profile being superimposed on what we really call the grid, right, which is for the four IT operating models. On the left side of this grid, you see that we have the physical and the virtual worlds, right? On the left side, they are typically associated with enabling the IT to construct infra, and the operations are more change process driven. When we're looking on the right hand side, we see more of an as a service model, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, now being more popularly referred to as container as a service, which are more cloud like, right, which enables you to really consume infra vis-a-vis constructing it. It enables you to really have a self-service model, fully automated with a chargeback mechanism around it. And as IT, your challenge becomes really to how do you really rebalance your workloads and resources across all these four operating models, wherein we have started realizing that there are three workload optimizations that we really need to think through when we try to do this, right? On the leftmost side, you see certain workload types like your mainframe, specialized vertical apps such as EMR. These are always going to remain physical, right, and remain on-prem. What we really want to do with these workloads is help you modernize them by increasing the efficiencies in the process, reducing the cost associated with it. Your high-end, high-demand workloads, which are usually your Oracle, SAPs, and SQLs of the world, may be really virtualized today. But to truly move to the infrastructure as a service mode, you need to add that element of automation around that, right? And finally, your emerging apps, which are designed to really launch those new services or drive the AI or IoT processes we refer to, are probably being developed in that DevOps environment where you are really trying to optimize this for the most critical business agility that we are seeking from, right? And for each of these, what you really need then is the right infrastructure solutions that can meet your business SLAs back into your businesses, right? And let me enumerate, how we really did this for a couple of customers of ours when it comes to Seagate, and look at how we have done the same thing for Santander in the IAS and and the past kind of environments. Beginning with Seagate, which is a money transfer services organization operating in around 130 countries across Latin America and Mexico. Now, because the customer really couldn't operate fast enough given their on-prem infrastructure, which was consisting of a sort of a storage zoo, with all vendors really participating from time to time, they began to really start looking at moving into AWS, right? But within less than 3 years, what they really realized was they were ending up spending $90,000 per month, growing rapidly at the rate of 50% year on year, right? Which was quite unsustainable for them to look forward to. So what the customer did is engaged with Dell Technologies SPS team and discussed the ability to really implement an on-prem cloud-like operating model with highly automated HCI technology and complete the consolidation of their environment, which would save them millions. Through a meticulous business value assessment, which is a very mature tool that we use, we measured every metric associated with the customer's business on an as-is basis. We then compared it with the solution which we proposed and showed a whopping 1,245% ROI and a $16.8 million in net benefits through our proposal around VxRail. The solution really comprised of the industry's fastest growing hyperconverged solution, which is VxRail, combined with VMware's licensing, all centrally managed through our VxRail manager interface, which is a GUI very similar to what vCenter offered, thus helping customer reduce the time to market for their business altogether, right? The second reference point is, what we did with Santander Consumer. Now, it's a car finance company, part of the Santander banking group, known quite for their respectful banking. When Santander really wanted to reduce the data center footprint and leverage the software-defined storage as a means of deriving an agile and cloud-like experience, they opted for Dell Technologies' PowerFlex solution. Now, what the PowerFlex operating system really provided Santander was with a highly scalable, flexible, and resilient platform. Now, the Flex OS was able to really reduce their database batch processing time from 7 hour 23 minutes down to 3 hour 50 minutes, and guarantee that that mission critical business intelligence is available at the start of each business day for them. Now, due to the many to many rebuild operation which is inherent in the Flex operating system architecture, an entire node of 25 terabyte was rebuilt and reprotected in just under an hour during the testing, which easily exceeded the bank's resiliency success criteria. Now, when they tried to do this on some competitive platforms, they failed quite miserably, and it took much longer time. This project obviously is therefore the first of many that Santander really embarked on and continued on that journey to have that as a infrastructure standardization on a single platform that could handle all of their block workloads which they carry, right? I hope these two examples really gave you a view into how we are using our technologies. But please remember that at the end of the day, it is how you understand the workload diversity that your specific environment really has. By using the Encompass tool, we analyzed over 250 accounts with 1 million VMs. What we really found was that, on an average, the 80-20 rule really kicked in, right? Where you had 80% of the VMs which are associated with these general purpose workloads, which are compute, CPU intensive. These are, that general purpose virtual apps that can be fully automated, software defined, and provide a massively scalable an environment that could work very nicely with VMware for a consistent operations control plane. These 80% of the VMs were using just about 50% of the storage, which is a classical fit for an HCI platform like what we provide in our VxRail platform, and we discussed that in the SIGE example. What we really then see that the remainder of the VMs, which is the 20% of it, really consume the balance 50% of the storage, right? So you notice that a very small amount of VMs are really utilizing a disproportionate amount of the infrastructure resources, right? And that is where they are trying to consume those storage intensive workloads, which are specialized, high value, mission critical virtualized apps that require a classical 3-tier architecture, and that's what is the right fitment. What we really try to do there is optimize it for the simplicity and automation as much as possible. We also, out of that scope, have the virtual environment where the physical workloads could also seamlessly tie into this, and then obviously the file and object workloads, especially emanating from your unstructured data sets, also fit into this 3-tier architecture. So finally, it is a kind of a classification into the right infrastructure architecture. That is what is most important for you to really look at. And I'll just pause here for you to really take a nice look at this particular workload diversity slide, which really pans out from the left side to the right side and ensures that it is a conversation of and, where you're looking at an HCI as well as a 3-tier architecture. It is never an either or kind of conversation which we believe in, and hence you really need to put the right set of workloads into the right category, right? With that as a backdrop, let me tell you that how the prevalent use cases have really helped us evolve, and let me introduce to you how Dell Technologies is now redefining the storage industry with the release of their next generation platform, which is PowerStore. In the interest of time, let me do a quick 3x3 summary where the PowerStore platform is best explained by the 3 pillars that you see here: data centric, intelligent, and adaptable. Let's take a closer look at what each of these really means, right? Now, the platform is data centric. We can consolidate any particular workload from unified standpoint, whether it is block, file, or vVols. We scale up by adding the capacity, and we also scale out by adding the controllers. Now, this is designed for 6 nines of availability. With the active end-to-end NVMe controllers, next-gen media of solid-state drives, and storage class memory, this platform is very much capable of addressing performance asks emanating not only from your traditional workloads, but also those new age application environments, right? Even compared to our own previous generation Unity XT platform, this is 7 times faster with about 3 times a lesser latency, right? We deliver all of this with the most cost effective, most efficient, effective capacity envelope due to the latest quick assist technology, which is built in onto the controllers. You really do not need to worry about the impact that it will have on your production IOs, and yet do an inline data reduction with intelligent dedupe and compression, thereby delivering a 4:1 data reduction guarantee on this particular platform. When you look at the second pillar, which is where we look at the intelligence element which PowerStore has, why do we say so? It's programmable, which is API enabled. We can automate the storage provisioning processes, whether to integrate your VMware capabilities like VRO, VRA, to address those Ansible playbooks, or really creating those container-based integrations for your Kubernetes deployments, right? This allows us to deploy the system with far fewer manual steps, less risk, and thus deploy the resources in seconds, which really used to take days in time, in the past, right? It's also pretty autonomous. That allows the discovery of new appliances automatically to a cluster via the machine learning algorithm, which is inbuilt. Again, it ensures that the maximum utilization that takes 99% less time administrating the PowerStore. Now, with native integration into our Cloud IQ tool, we can then do proactive health analytics to help reduce and plan risks, and then plan ahead, right? The inbuilt health scores, accessible even on your smartphone devices as an app, provides a very comprehensive system snapshot on operational status, available storage, and gives those performance alerts which are very critical. You would then have a very actionable analysis and planning data at your fingertips all the time, and all coming to a single pane of glass. This then allows you to really spot issues 16x faster than platforms that would really not have this capability to begin with. And lastly, this platform is very, very adaptable, right? We ensure that the data migrations to get this to this platform are that much more automated, simple, and seamless. We package it with the flexible consumption models like Dell Tech on Demand or pay-per-use with our Flex on Demand offering in conjunction with our Dell Financial Services. Please discuss this with the teams whenever you are embarking on a new project. We're looking at the backend of how we are really backing this with the industry's most complete future-proof program, and we also ensure that you can then seamlessly keep modernizing this infrastructure without a forklift upgrade going into the future at all, right? But what I'm most excited about this technology is its flexible architecture, right, with a unique flexible deployment methodology. Now, the beauty of the PowerStore operating system is that this being an absolute grounds-up containable technology, it introduces a very unique concept of an apps on hypervisor deployment methodology that allows the ESXi to be run directly on the storage controllers, thus making it very ideal for those data-intensive demanding workloads. Very similar to what you can do for an HCI environment, but specifically for your data-intensive workloads. So what we do here is just to take you to, again, back to the edge conversation. We begin at the edge locations, right? You can start thinking about those regional medical centers, remote manufacturing plants and facilities. Now you can innovatively run analytics locally on the different types of data like RFID tracking, medical telemetry, metadata collation from oil and gas rigs, and so on and so forth, and yet end up saving about 70% of your rack space, right? Now, it doesn't stop there, because what we could then extend this is go into the core data center by doing a native data replication from the edge to the core. And once inside the data center, we could now move those data sets for further massaging of the data to environments that need more scalable compute like your VxRail HCI platforms, or you could also use your existing ESXi farms in conjunction with your storage deployments, which you would have, or deploy additional sets of storage, right? And then start looking at how you leverage technologies like VMware Cloud Foundation in creating those workload domains, adding those landing zones, thereby giving customers a full automation workflow and allowing them to pick and choose where their application needs to live for the time they need to, and all in a very, very absolutely non-disruptive manner. And because we have the ESXi already integrated into your application landscape via the apps on facility, which I discussed about, you're looking at how you can then transition this entire thing to a public cloud of your choice. So in the true sense, really achieve what you want to do from an edge to a core to a completely multi-cloud journey in a very, very seamless manner, right? So I'm just trying to tie back this particular new technology innovation to the conversation of how we are looking at a multi-cloud journey for your entire data sets going across this in a very, very seamless manner. This then, is the real benefit of this particular platform, which is truly a next generation storage platform, very, very futuristic looking. Our friends in the industry are really trying to catch up with many of these elements. I would strongly urge that you please have your teams align with our teams to have that 1 hour critical conversation with our customer solution center where we could really do a demo to take you through this in a little more detail. With that, let me end this session, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you again.
Thanks, Sushim, for your interesting session. It's time for the CXO Spotlight session, where leading CXOs speak about their digital transformation success story. Let's welcome Rahul Chopra, CDO Clicks Capital, to talk about his inspiring experiences. Rahul is a renowned technology leader with over 17 years of professional experience. He comes with more than 10 years of experience in life insurance industry and more than 3 years of experience in healthcare industry. He has rich experience in leading strategic IT planning and implementation, digital strategy and transformation, BI and analytics, enterprise applications and support, infrastructure and services, planning and budgeting, and strategic business consulting.
Hello everyone. Today I would share how to be architect of innovation. As you all know that business organizations are facing enormous challenges to respond to the rapid technological changes and growing demands of consumers for digital product and services. There is a constant search to find solutions to the growing business problems. From my experience, the most optimal solution to address these problems is to architect enterprise digital transformation requirements and objectives. Architecting digital transformation can be addressed the root causes of fundamental issues that we experience in the digital world. Based on my architectural experience on various enterprise architecture initiatives, digital transformations, and enterprise modernization engagements, I want to share these learnings using 5 simple step method approach and hoping to add value. Step 1. Establish fundamentals. Step 2. Simplify complexities. Step 3. Manage cost. Step 4. Innovate and invent. Step 5. Leverage emerging technologies and tools. Step 1. Establish fundamentals. So what are the fundamentals? Fundamentals are vision, strategy, requirements, use cases, and most importantly, defining current state to future state. Vision. In architectural thinking, any new initiatives start with a vision. A vision is being able to think about future with creative imagination and human wisdom based on desired goals. Vision sets the scene and shows us where we want to be in future. Strategy. Once we have a compelling vision for the digital world, it is time to set strategy clearly. We know where are we now on the digital journey and strive for where we want to go. Our destination needs to be marked. Our digital strategy helps us reach our destination using a master plan. A master plan can be a high-level roadmap to take us to the destination we set. Requirements. Digital transformation initiatives can pose many requirements from many angles. Most of the time, requirements can be seen as a simple from outside. However, they are not that easy to manage inside. Therefore, we need to make a concerted effort to understand the requirement from all angles in a structured way. Requirements involve multiple process and stakeholders. These stakeholders can be from different parts of organization with varying goals, roles, responsibility. we need to identify them. Use cases. Related to requirement, understanding the use cases for digital transformation solutions are essential architectural thinking skills. Dealing with use cases require different level of thinking, such as looking at things from user perspective, observing and being an observer at the same time is a critical mental capability. More specifically, a use case is a specific situation depicting the use of product or service of a solution by consumer. Moving from current state to future state. After understanding the requirement and classifying the use cases of solution, we need to apply them to the current state. The current state shows us where we are now. By understanding the current state and its requirement to transform, we set the future state and develop the roadmap to reach to that state. The future state requires substantial amount of analysis and prediction. In this phase, we can consult multiple subject matter experts to ensure that the future state reflects our vision, mission, and solution strategy and ensure that we meet identified requirements. Step 2. Simplifying complexity. We know that enterprise environment can be extremely complex with multiple layers of systems, subsystems, technology stacks, tools, processes, coupled with numerous stakeholders with different agendas and consumer with different expectations. Even though system tools, processes, technology stacks can be challenging, the more significant part of iceberg, the real challenge, is dealing with people in enterprise, specifically multiple stakeholders with different roles and responsibility, and above all, confusing agendas. Therefore, we must consider multiple aspects to simplify complexities, such as processes, tools, technology stacks, designs, specifications, data, governance, integration, and communication. Step 3. Manage cost. Even if we create a paragon of architecture with flawless design, if the solution is economically not viable, it doesn't produce a compelling return on investment, it cannot be considered as successful. Therefore, the financial focus for any digital transformation is mandatory and must be a priority objective. While architecting digital transformation initiative, we need to consider several costs such as infrastructural cost, application and software cost, tools cost, design and specification cost, project management cost, data management cost, mobility cost, governance cost, and above all, the marketing and sales cost. Step 4. Innovate and invent. Digital transformation initiative predominantly based on innovative and inventive ideas. Innovative and inventive thinking generates novel ideas. Focus on improving ideas and strive for making continuous iterative progress. Innovative and inventive thinking can use agile delivery principles to reach to their goals. We know that predicting the future is very hard. Therefore, creating an upfront paragon of architecture is not practical. So, as transformation architects, we must take a pragmatic approach to the architecture and very importantly, focus on minimum viable product. Step 5. Leverage emerging technologies and tools. The key technology enabler of enterprise modernization and digital transformation goals are cloud computing, mobile technologies, IoT, big data, and AI-based or cognitive data analytics. An integrated view of these technologies and associated process along with the tools are critical to our success, to our digital endeavors. Nowadays, most widely used technology in transforming enterprise is cloud computing. Cloud becoming mainstream in many organizations. Adoption of cloud become very rapid. We can use cloud as a foundational enterprise modernization and digital transformation tool. I hope that this information on being successful architects of innovation will help you draw and achieve the success in your digital transformation agendas. I wish you all the best.
Thanks, Rahul, for a really inspiring session. We look forward for more such inspiring stories. Now it's time for an interesting panel discussion on the topic Multi-Cloud becomes the new norm for banking. The panel will discuss the points including BFSI and fintech priorities while dealing with disruption, how multi-cloud is helping bankers achieve digital targets, key steps in multi-cloud adoption, deterrence by the initial price of multi-cloud platform, and multi-cloud strategy for successful rollout. We have lined up a set of eminent panelists to take this discussion forward and offer us few constructive thoughts and workable ideas. Please welcome Deepu KV, CIO Bajaj Allianz General Insurance, Ashton D. Cruz, Director, CEO, CGO, CISO and Head CC&S Governance, Natwest Markets PLC India, Bhavish Pandey, CISO Hero FinCorp, and Muralidhar Pai, Executive Director, Maverick Systems. The panel will be moderated by Feroz Khan, Partner and Head Digital Advisory, KPMG. Over to you, Feroz.
Hi everyone, welcome to panel discussion. In fact, I was going through the topic of the discussion today, and the topic is very interesting. It talks about the multi-cloud. Although cloud is a very loosely used word, and everyone would hear about this word as a topic. And then sector talks about financial services. So what exactly is the new norm? Financial services. It's a very interesting, subject. And with me, we have a stellar panel member today who all are stalwarts in the area. And let's hear from them only. But before let me first of all introduce all of my panel members. So we have Mr. Muralidhar Pai, who is an Executive Director of Maverick System. We have the KV Deepu, who is the CIO of Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. Then we have Bhavish Pandey, who is the CISO of Hero FinCorp. We have Ashton D. Cruz, who is Director and CISO of Natwest Markets PLC. All of the stalwarts have, I'm sure they would have done multiple things in terms of the cloud journey and in terms of multi-cloud when we talk about. So we'll hear that what is this multi-cloud definition or multi-cloud journey for the financial services, primarily the banking and the NBFC. Before context, one thing I just want to tell my audience that when we talk about multi-cloud, generally what happens is this. People do confuse or mix this with the hybrid cloud. And to me, it looks like it's, both has a different meaning, both has a different purpose. And, the purpose is this: when we talk about really multi-cloud, we have to see from a parlance of the public cloud that how many vendors, multiple architecture are we using, which really plays an edge for the banking industry. As when we all will have witnessed that banking as a service using a lot of cloud these days. Yes, there are regulations. Yes, there are governance issues. Yes, there are statutory, but still penetration. At least the NBFC part of it or the insurance part of it, there's a very high penetration, which we have seen. Two things we have to understand from a point of view. Like when we really talk about the multi journey, we have to make sure that what is the real choice which we are making, to adopt to the multi-cloud, because there can be one service provider, there can be other service provider, but really want go ahead with this? What's the choosing criteria, or what's the flexibility criteria which we really adhere to this? And then we even have to factor in very important point, which is primarily the compliance. That compliance becomes a real issue in this sense, because as such, when we talk about the banking, or as such when we talk about the financial services, compliance is something which is viewed from in a very different way. And this is something in security, but when we talk about cybersec, when we talk about risk, you talk about governance, all of these things plays into this. So why don't we do one thing? Let's open this discussion to the panel members, and let's hear from them, because we have the stellar panel members today who specialize into these topics. And since I'm talking about you come from Natwest, and this is one of the major retail and the commercial bank. Want to hear from you that what are the real challenges which you feel in terms of adhering to the the regulatory compliance or security, for that matter, even the governance, for adopting multi-cloud journey, because this in terms of the industry balance. So would like to hear from you as an expert, that what's your view in this?
So thank you, Firoz, and a very good day to all my co-panelists. Thanks also to CXO TV and Tech Plus Media for having me over on this session. So as you said, Firoz, this topic is very interesting and very relevant in today's day and age, given the pandemic and how it has disrupted normal life. So cloud was always the future. The pandemic per se has just expedited it, and it's expedited it almost tenfold is what I would say. So if you look at any survey that has been put out on cloud adoption, except in the recent past, I'm sure that no survey would have, no one quotes at least 40% of IT budgets and beyond are towards cloud or migrations and adoption to cloud now. The remaining 60% is taken up by all sort of other requirements of the organization, but a good 40% of it is dedicated towards a cloud setup. Coming to your actual question, and before I actually give my answer, I must say here that the views and opinions that I express here would ideally be in my individual capacity and could or could not be subscribed to the organization that I represent. Since you mentioned Natwest, yes, as Natwest, as the group, we are a major retail and commercial / corporate bank globally. In India, we just set up currently as a corporate bank. But irrespective of the branch in the country or at the group level, for us, the cloud migration is something that has to happen. There's no two ways about it. And we have actually begun the journey and are well through in it. But at the same time, we also have to take care of the various regulatory and security compliance, and also maintain a good overall governance around the entire posture. Having said that, compliance to regulatory and security needs changes in terms of geographies, in terms of locations, and is always moving given the constant change in technology and regulatory requirements as well. So it is not one fixed subject or one fixed destination or one fixed target that someone has to achieve. It is always a moving target that you are constantly trying to benchmark yourself against and ensuring that you are compliant against. And given this requirement, how do we see ourselves? How do we best suit ourselves to this requirement? Is primarily through modernizing of enterprise compliance. What do I mean with that in terms of modernizing and our enterprise compliance is basically to be able to have complete visibility across our cloud borders. Okay, and I speak from it per se for as a global and an MNC organizations, which with our footprints in various locations, 53 at the last count that we had. So because of that, we have to basically look and monitor and have complete visibility of the cloud borders in terms of what's running where and who's accessing it in what terms. So who's allowed, who's authorized, what are the types of access levels we have, and what is stored at what location. And this caters to a lot of requirements. More recently, it's the PDPA, which is going to be soon becoming a law in the country. It's also a regulatory requirement from a banking perspective, where the regulator says that all our data needs to be stored locally, nothing can be taken out of the country, and such sort of requirements and regulatory compliances that we need to adhere to. So that's the real thing that we need to see. It's more of a real-time recommendation in terms of our cloud sizing, the resource requirements, and constant monitoring for any security needs. Secondly, that we would have is basically policy-based automated remediation requirements. So this is to cater to security setups, etc., going into real third gen, fourth gen technology, adoption of AI, ML requirements to be able to monitor and adhere to cloud security at an enterprise level. And finally, but not the least, to know exactly what is the data and what you have on the cloud. So cloud in today's world is not just about where you do the computing, but also how do you do the computing. So it is not just the infrastructure as it was first showcased as, it is also developed into how do you do computing. And these are the three parameters across which I would actually look at it from both a governance perspective as well as compliance to regulatory and security requirements.
Very well said, Ashton. In fact, you pointed out 2-3 things which was very important. In fact, you pointed out that how is it this pandemic has given a opportunity for this the cloud as a movement or multi-cloud as a movement, and then you did mention about the modernization issue, which sorts of creates or gives an opportunity to store data in the cloud. But then you did mention and highlighted the risk and the security associated to it. Now, let me go to Bhavesh. Bhavesh, you heard, Ashton. You heard him. He spoke about the risk, the security factors. You heard him. He spoke about the pandemic giving this, opportunity. And his point of view is more from the banking, side of it. Now, I want to flip this side and want to hear from the non-banking NBFC side. And I know that you are one of the stalwart into this. So what's your view, Bhavesh? Like, if I have to ask you, is it that this pandemic has really forced the organization, be it big, small, or medium, whatever it is there, to move their workloads to their own data center as a public cloud? Because we are talking about multi-cloud, and primarily we are talking about different public cloud, getting converged at one place. Is that become really risky, or is there a security issue? What's your view, as a practitioner?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here. So when we say that cloud and in this pandemic, whether this pandemic forced us to move on the cloud, or it's not like that. In fact, cloud journey started a couple of years back only. We have multiple cloud, we have multiple cloud service provider, we engaged for different kind of service. But yes, this pandemic has given some push for, to speed up this this cloud journey to complete as soon as possible. Because I will give you a little background. Look, the way digitizations are happening in the organization, without taking help or without going on cloud, it's not possible to achieve that digitization in a certain time frame. And earlier, couple of years back, when even regulators has some concern to go on cloud, but the way regulators shift their regulation to adopt cloud for even banking and now non-banking, or in fact overall in BFSI sector, now it's a welcome step by this regulator, and every organization are adopting. Same way with in non-banking finance company, like we are lenders, and we have very tough competition to in the market. I will give you a few examples. Like in our festival season, from Dasara to Deepavali, we have festival season. So we have to disperse our loan in 1 minute. So you just understand the digitization we have to complete to achieve this target. Because in 1 minute, when customer, you have to onboard your customer, you have to check with multiple bureaus, and then you have to say to your customer, okay, we are giving you that loan, so you can take bike in next 2-3 minutes and go out and celebrate at your home. So that kind of digital transformation is required clouds support. Now comes on security point of view. So it's not like a couple of years back, you can say even 5 years back or 4 years back, even management has thought process, once you moved on cloud, you are totally secure. It's not like that. Still, we have to do a lot of things in security when we are moving to the cloud. So it's again a shared thing. Most of the thing still organization has to do while going on that cloud. And certain area that cloud service provider will give you in a security shape. Most of the things like access, hardening of your cloud rules, you have to do at your own. One thing I would like to give you is still this cloud journey in the industry. I think a maximum 30-35% organizations workload is on cloud. And when we say like how we design this, like to move on the cloud. So whenever any new business proposal comes in, a new project comes, we give a think on at least for 5-year journey. So because as of now, we have a hybrid approach. We have still main business application are in-house. New stuff, whatever are coming, we are moving on cloud. So still it's a hybrid approach. So whenever any projects comes, we give a deep thought on that as at least a 5-year plan. Whatever suitable for us, we take call. And as I started with that compliance, because regulators are now allowing us to move on the cloud, complying the all requirement related to RBI as well as NHB guidelines, because in Hero FinCorp, we have one housing company also. It's very much important. We always analyze the risk on moving on cloud. And after that assessment of this, we decide to, and we take call whether we have to move on cloud or not. But yes, this pandemic forced us to speed up our digitization journey.
So, 2, 3 again, very important points, which I was just listening carefully. Like, you did mention about the digital transformation as its importance, and then club that to the security, which is of paramount importance. But then what I heard from you is this, the crux, what you are, highlighting is this: agility and speed matters a lot for this. And then
Exactly.
when we talk about agility and speed, exactly what we are doing is this: we want to bring different innovation in the form of transformation, but then at the same time, the expectation is this: we want that to be in a speedy manner. It has to be agile, and that's how this will really give a. So you took an example of lending journey or a mortgage journey, and I can correlate that the analogy of the lending, what you are talking about. You gave an example of that Dussehra and Diwali. How do we really speed up the requirements or innovate something in a very disruptive market? And very much agree with you. So now let me go to you heard, Bhavesh, you heard that although security is of paramount importance, but then if we want to do an innovation and disruption, that is something which has to be thought through well. No, you are one of a industry leader who has spent enough time into this, in this industry. You understand this topic well, you understand the industry well. Now, let me ask you one thing, that what are your priorities when we talk about the innovation and disruption? So, how are you prioritizing your innovation and disruption, and how that deployment can be taken to either a multi-cloud or, for that matter, a hybrid cloud, specifically for the BFSI vertical? So what's your view? Can you share your perspective on this?
Yeah. Thanks, Feroz. You have actually asked me 2 questions in 1 question. So let me take them, one by one. The first is, from an innovation and a disruption perspective, one thing which COVID-19 has done, Feroz, is it's basically made, customers very wary of touch. So from a UI and UX perspective, we are essentially focusing on touchless experience. Just to share 2 instances. Today, when customers walk into our branches, since we cannot shake hands with them, since we cannot encourage paperwork, what we essentially do is, we have installed barcodes. So customers basically scan these codes and they get their request fulfilled. So scan the QR code and, get a request for your insurance policy fulfilled. The policy registered your email ID. That's one. The other is we were pioneers in terms of integrating our AI-driven chatbot with voice, as in Alexa and Google Assistant, when they were launched in India. Which means you can basically aware of services using voice. You could say, hey, Alexa, while you're using Alexa for maybe, let's say, playing music, you could ask Alexa, hey, Alexa, can I get a copy of my policy from Bajaj Allianz General Insurance? And then the policy will be emailed to your registered email ID. Similarly, you could ask for the nearest hospital or the nearest workshop, so on and so forth. So I think that's clearly, one area which, where we are focusing on, which is, touchless UI UX. The other is health insurance, is an important part of our portfolio. And, insurance being an essential service, when people have to basically undergo hospitalization, whether there is a lockdown or whether there is no lockdown. I mean, that's one thing which is lockdown proof. So I think we invested a lot in terms of, telemedical underwriting, by which, we could digitally, continue to service customers. And in fact, we did not just survive the crisis, we actually thrived through it. In fact, our customer feedback, either from the point of view of 90% dip in our grievances or the highest NPS that we enjoy, bears testimony to this fact. Thirdly, what has also happened, Feroz, is as contact centers, went into shutdown mode, we were able to seamlessly migrate our customers, to all our digital assets. I spoke about the AI-driven chatbot. We also have WhatsApp as an important channel, and we also have customer portal. We have a mobile app. So we figured out key drivers of traffic into our call center, and we built seamless, frictionless customer journeys on our digital assets. So even today, 80% of our servicing happens via these digital assets. So I think these are, a few clear winners, from an innovation perspective. Coming to your second question, around how the, hybrid cloud can help, the BFSI vertical. There are 4 dimensions to it. I think one is, the whole BFSI sector, has seen a dramatic increase, in shift from offline to online. And as somebody said, there are times when weeks happen in decades, and there are times when, decades happen in weeks. And here, the entire cloud computing component, has played a vital strategy. It's basically helped drive growth, but also helping players, reduce cost and improve flexibility as well as, client relationships. The second dimension is we all spoke about agility. Today, black swan events are not so infrequent, and therefore there's a huge pressure on the firms, to respond rapidly. And the whole idea of adaptability and changing direction quickly, that's a core principle of a digital business. And therefore, when we combine, public clouds, private clouds, on-prem resources, we gain agility, which can at times become a competitive advantage. The third thing is, by building on a hybrid cloud, we can rapidly deploy key resources across the business, right? And then we can provide solutions faster to business problems. At the end of the day, either it's a new idea which is waiting to be executed, or there is a problem, which needs to be solved. And as everybody knows, right, you can reduce the time spent and the resources to solve problems while enhancing agility in our response to evolving customer needs, regulatory landscape, as well as, the competitive scenario. And the fourth dimension is that this is increasingly becoming the new normal, right? And in order to ensure business continuity, right? Today we have seen COVID-19. You never know, what new black swan event might be around the corner. We can leverage this hybrid cloud services, to derive business directly, from new technologies as they emerge. And as these, crises take us into the new normal, we're also facing disruption, right? For example, there are a lot of, cloud native companies, right? So the whole idea is, how do we all compete while we cooperate to ensure that we are giving access to millions of people? So that's broadly what I wanted to share on these 2 aspects.
Very valid point, Deepu. Like, in order to compete, you did spoke about that. How do you compete in terms of giving access and data? End of the day, it's all boiling to data, because when you give an example of Alexa, and when you spoke about the AI and the chatbots and all those stuffs, it talks about the tons and tons of data which you would be capturing, and obviously when we talk about the hybrid cloud or a multi-cloud, eventually we are even in some way correlating that to the data, because there are millions and zillions of petabytes of data which is going to come up, and then managing that, and thus my next question is with Murli. Murli, since you come from a data background and you heard Deepu, he gave few analogies which is linked somewhere to data, and since you come from this background, my thinking is this: when we talk about any digital transformation, data is sort of an epicenter to that. And when we talk about any cloud landscape we talk about, obviously we have to think that how do we take the workloads and the data, obviously the secured data, to that. Want to understand from you, what kind of benefits do organization will really get or will look for in terms of moving to the cloud, specifically for the quantum of data which Deepu is talking about? So your views, Mr. Muralidhar.
Hey, thanks, Firoz. Thanks, Deepu and others for sharing the business views. So I'll also try to answer that in a in a two-part manner. One is from where is the need which is coming from. I'll try to answer it from the tech side of things. Whatever Deepu talked about or Bhavesh talked about in terms of two separately different business cases. One is how to support a large deluge of customer queries which are coming in, and you are handicapped by not having the branch network to help. Or when you're talking about a festive season, huge sudden surge in demand, right? So these are two places where you will suddenly see you cannot meet those demands by going the traditional way of you have in data center, you will get a rack and then you will get 10, 15 machines. So that's the primary premise, primary premise in which along with that, as Bhavesh talked about, maybe the journey started much early. In his organization, maybe 2 years, but it was much more cooking for a while, because I think there was an interesting article. I think it was in 2012 when economists covered saying that there's a data deluge. And one statistics which stayed with me, that is in that particular year, 2012, I think the world created more data than the entire time all the way up to 2011, including 2011. Yeah. So that is the amount of data which is available, right? And they cannot be processed in bespoke method as we used to do. I'm not saying that CIOs were not doing the work, but that's what they had to work within their constraint. And the data deluge also meant that you have to think out of the box. You cannot continue to buy hardware while they are also growing at that particular point of time. So you needed a flexible, scalable, on-demand, and economical access, which can take care of two things: the explosion of data which is coming in, and also having appropriate tools. This brought in another one, which is, okay, you have all these compute devices, or you have the storage, you have the compute, you have the ability to move data between appliances or between applications. Now what? You also needed algorithms to go with it, and you don't look at cloud alone. You look at the open source development in terms of AI and ML, which was able to consume the data which is coming in, and there were applications which were available. Right? When you look at it from that point of view, whether you are attempting digitization or customers moving to digital, or generally addressing a growth in business, or simple things like, for example, now when you're buying anything electronically, you are swiping the card. If you are using this card swipe, it is at least 20 times more. Right? Each of the transactions you are doing, a Paytm or any of those things. So each of them is creating that much of data. It doesn't matter how much you are transacting. It is the number of transactions which is creating. So it is all of them are NX, kind of a multiple. And that is where your need for a flexible, elastic platform which is needed, right? So that explains why cloud is needed. And in terms of data specifically, what has happened is a lot of things are available on the cloud in terms of, somebody was talking about hybrid, one is hybrid, and also there is another term which is slowly coming up along with multi-cloud is intercloud. That is, some components are available on one cloud provider and something else is sitting on another cloud provider. Variety of reasons, right? But one of the things which is from data specifically, when you are looking at the algorithms which I talked about, they are available in a SaaS mode, whether it is risk profiling, or whether it is to lend or not to lend decision, or doing KYC, looking at AML checks. All of them are available as SaaS, and most of them are available on the cloud. So you might keep your transaction data in your on-premise. That's what Deepu was also talking about. I think you're keeping it in on-premise, but then you are moving the data elsewhere to have that compute and that ability. So that is one place you will see. Second is there are a plethora of tools which are available, which brings in the aspect of platforms itself is available as a service on the cloud, which could include some of the compute things which is available, which though non-cloud versions or variants or hosted variants, IBM was trying with Deep Blue, But now multiple of those kind of things are available where you can go and model your problem, which gives you agility, which gives you scale, and which gives you economical. You need not invest in getting that entire capacity. So in a nutshell, digitization is nothing but data, and data is exploding. And there are big, beautiful business models which are available. You can go with as much the customer wants, or as little or as much as the customer wants. You can deduce the demand from customers' action, not only from your side. And I will put in as the base driver for whether it's cloud, whether it's digitization, is the data deluge. Just to leave our users, our viewers with a impression saying that, maybe before 2012, maybe, or 2010, maybe a customer data with each of our banks and NBFCs would have been less than an MB, right? It is only the transaction and whatever was digitized, which is name, address, maybe their transactions, where the products they have subscribed to. Now everything is digitized, including the call records and even WhatsApp or any way in which they are interacting. Some of them are even going in and looking at Twitters or various handles and those kind of things. There are legal limitations, but entire thing can give you a competitive edge. You need cloud to be nimble enough and fast enough to address this exponential increase in data and compete with new age companies. So it is not a question whether you need cloud or what are the benefits. It is how and how fast. Yeah.
So, Mr. Muralidhar, since you spoke about this, the data in terms of traditional and the new age, and you did mention about, the platform and the SaaS also. So, I'm curious to ask another question from you. Then, since you are talking about the SaaS, you are talking about the platform, and you are in fact talking about the traditional data, which I agree truly that yes, this is going to be a game changer. So, would like to hear from you only that how will then this cloud service like the SaaS which you are talking about, or the PaaS which you are talking about, will really replace the different traditional components and will eventually lead to cloud migration? Because I know there's a change management angle to it, but then it's more than change management, and would like to hear from you that you talk about these platforms, this service model, how will that rip and replace the traditional model in this case?
I'll give you some examples without divulging the details. I cannot. So
yeah.
So coming into two large banks. One is a large global bank based out of US whom we work with, and another is a bank which is there in 40 countries. And both are renewing what you are asking, the traditional data architectures using Teradata. There is a data warehouse. It will crunch data at the end of the day. A report will be in the mailbox of the manager at the end of the day. That is changing. Competition is changing that. And one thing which we didn't talk about is there are new age niche providers from fintechs, as we call them, or there's another word, techfin. They are coming and taking away a lot of your lucrative businesses. So you have to bury the batch. You cannot think I will do end of day. It is okay for your wealth manager to call on the customer once in a month and explain to her or him that how the portfolio did and how your advice has helped them to be wealthy. They want it on the mobile. They want it immediately as and when things are happening. They suddenly realize that it is the pandemic has changed the investment rules all by itself overnight. So for that to do, you cannot, the traditional model of you get batch mode from one system to another. That is, you assume that data is moving from one bottle to another, poured over using a funnel. Instead of that, you need to start modeling interoperability between applications as electric connections, right? Instantaneous, whatever is happening in one transaction system, you want it analyzed and put it in some place where somebody can consume. So what people are doing is, one, they are preparing themselves. It is not cloud centric at this moment in banks, but they're preparing themselves. So you are moving from each of the batch things are taken away, whichever was the old tools. So data warehouse is moved. The ETL is getting replaced by data pipelines using open source or some versions of Spark or any of those things, right? And you also have realized things like you have created your internal models for simple things like segmentation and those kind of things. Right, which how will I segment a customer? That also is slowly moving away to SaaS. you are using, there are tested models, there are fintechs who are collaboratively working with banks to develop these models, and it is becoming a commodity, which is available in pay as you use and that kind of a model. So your risk of getting the model wrong is taken away. While only things which banks are interested in is they are focusing on ensuring that this happens in a very smooth manner, right? So all the intellect which is non-critical is going to SaaS. And for whatever, you might think that I have a very specific proprietary investment model or customer evaluation model. For that, you're using building blocks, which is either available as PaaS on the cloud, off the cloud. To give an example would be, there are tools which are available, visual tools, which will use some of this ML deep learning kind of tools, but they're visual tools. A business analyst can put it on top. And those tools are available as PaaS. So you are getting a system integrator to build this thing together, and then your people are developing. And then it is not, again, it was not a 2-year program by which I will release new lending models, right? The models are incremental, they are agile, you are doing A/B and those kind of testing. So that is where PaaS comes in. And another thing which also happens is pandemic required in between. There was a huge demand for data services because central banks wanted to mark to market more often. And then you don't have build capacity for that. Overnight you have to deliver those kind of reports, and this will again come into another set of things which will come in terms of only compute or only process. So that goes into your typical infrastructure as a service, storage as a service, data as a service, where maybe your data continues to be in hybrid mode in your data centers, but to compute, to calculate a value at risk, or at volumes, or in mortgages, you are looking at how much do they owe, or what is a loan to value has changed because pandemic has changed the underlying or any of those things. Those are then sent to the compute and brought back. So these things are already starting to happen. Will everything move to the cloud? I think it is a question of time. Because another thing which is less talked about, less looked upon is while the infrastructure as a technology itself, I jokingly say that my phone is much more powerful than a server I racked 4 years ago, right? Both in terms of RAM, both in terms of gigahertz of cycle time, and even storage. And this is all SSD, right? This can process more than what was looking like almost like an AC unit, which required 4 people to lift and rack it. This is getting replaced. We haven't upgraded, the CIOs haven't upgraded their people to the same extent. Some of the things which were used to take, saying that, okay, earlier before virtualization day, that installation and getting the server ready was a couple of week process. Now all you need is go to the UI, just click, and your server is ready. And you want to pump in. So those kind of changes is extremely critical. We don't look at those. That also helps in terms of moving things faster.
I think specifically if I talk about bank or NBFC or insurance, yes, this is one of the very important and critical factor. And you gave an example of fintech, which is a right example. The way see move fast, the way they innovate. I mean, it's getting by this fintech. So Ashton, very interesting. I mean, this is moving very interesting. New are getting unearthed, and again from the bank point of view, hear from you that when we talk about this speed and agility, when we talk about digitalization, we're talking about how do we really ensure that agility with application modernization? It has clarity, flexibility. So all of this, is it that we achieved cloud deployment, be it multi-bit? Because you only that said this thing that not everything can move. Yes, things can move, but not everything, which even I also agree. So would like to hear from side. What's your view on this?
Okay, thanks, Feroz. So since I last spoke, actually, Deepu, Mullidhar, Bhavesh have shared a lot of inputs and a lot of insights into the multi-cloud setup, specifically from a BFS sector. And I pretty much agree with all of what has been shared. The counter argument here will always be, but what's so different about a cloud rather than having an on-prem, on-site, fifth gen data center, which will give me the same things? So that could be the counter argument. And then that's where I come in. So one of the main benefits of cloud per se is the agility, the ability to basically have on-demand self-services and rapid elasticity. Again, something that an on-site on-prem data center may not be able to. You basically have scalability, which is at the flick of a switch or a click of your fingers. And that is something that cloud provides you with, and cloud computing provides you with. One, having said that, this has, and cloud in the per se has got a set of different requirements. Multi-cloud is the subject and the theme that we are discussing, which is basically pans across multiple providers. We also have an hybrid cloud approach, which basically could be a combination of a public versus a private setup. And as Mulidhar had briefly touched upon, we have an interlinked cloud structuring, which is basically a combination of a hybrid and multi-cloud structure. Okay, so rather than getting into the technicalities of how this helps and how do we maintain it from an agility level, I would ideally like to throw upon a concept and a process that we look into, and something that could actually fit the requirements of anything. Huge scale setup, which is basically has got grandfathered legacy systems, or more of an entrepreneurial next gen startup that is looking at just starting up and they want to get into cloud. And this would basically be around 5 concepts or the 5 steps that we would look at. One is gain visibility. It is better to have a clear visibility of what is the infrastructure, what is the end state that we were looking at, what is the objective that we have, and get visibility of what all could help us benefit by making that move and that migration into cloud. Based on that clear visibility of what is critical to us, what is not, what is the things where we need to gain and benefit out of, how do we collaborate, what are the ones that we need to keep within the setup because of the confidentiality of this and the nature of that information and data, and get proper visibility, maybe put in a roadmap in terms of the visibility of what needs to go into the migration. And this then caters to any technology change, any regulatory change that could come up. After that, we get into the second step of the piece or the transition, which is then scoping of the migrations. Once we have all that scoped out, etc., we move into the third step, which is basically to evaluate the results of the first 2 steps in terms of the exercise that we have conducted. After we have a thorough evaluation conducted, we would basically then move into a stage of mitigations and exclusions, mitigating anything that may have gone wrong as we have done through our evaluation on steps 1 and 2. And exclusions, if we realize that the steps 1 and 2 did not give us the right results based on the evaluation that we conducted on step 3. So step 4 is nothing but mitigation and exclusions based on what we have done under 1 and 2 and what we have evaluated under 3. And this entire thing would be nothing but step 5, which is an ongoing process that we have. And something that we would cater to with any delta, any shift, any change that we have got in our landscapes, both from an infrastructure perspective, from a software perspective, as well as from a regulatory perspective.
In fact, the what and how is clearly now evident, because I think Deepu spoke about, Mulidhar spoke about, even yourself, Ashton, you gave a lot of examples. Bhavesh interlinked that with the transformation side. So yeah, I mean, it's clear that the what and how is no-brainer. I mean, this is going to happen, and be it multi-cloud, be it hybrid cloud, be it different deployment, be it different services, this is going to really be a game changer for BFSI. Now, Deepu, let me come to you, and I'm taking a step aside from this what and how, and would like to hear from you more from the trend side, that what's your views in terms of the adoption? Because again, I mean, you bring tons of experience in financial service. So now we are all are convinced that yes, this is a no-brainer. This is required. But when it comes to adoption, what's your view? That what would be the adoption and how much time will this adoption takes in terms of the financial services, which is really going to transform the business and bring some growth to the business. So would like to hear the trend side, the adoption side from you. What do you feel? What's your perspective on this?
I think, Feroz, it's a good question, because I think nowadays, given the fact that, we are in the COVID-19 phase, whichever way you call it, new normal or, waiting for the new normal, I think adoption, is the key word, right? I think everybody's in the journey, but it's about, how can you, take adoption up. So before we get into, crystal ball gazing, right? Let's look at, what are the key drivers of, adoption, right? Now, of course, everybody knows, that there is tremendous room for growth, in the BFSI industry, from this perspective. But I think what's happened in the last few months, when a lot has happened is, I think some of the myths have been laid to rest, especially when people are talking about security, so on and so forth. So the first thing we have seen, and we all know that, culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? That's something which we all have experienced. So the first thing is, I think people have now begun to embrace change. Earlier they would resist change. I think now, there is a clear desire to embrace change. I think a lot of people are, trying to take advantage of scalability, lower capital costs, ease of operations, resilience, right, which is so important. The second aspect, I think, is as we have seen, risk has come to the fore. Now, what is risk? How do you manage uncertainty, right? So this whole idea is, that now when people have begun to talk about adoption, a key aspect when you migrate to the cloud environment is risk mitigation. And I think most people today, of course, as we all know and we have discussed, operate a hybrid security model. So it's also about, how do you keep, deploying, for example, innovation sandboxes, right? To validate, customers' acceptance of new services without disrupting your current services. So I think that's clearly, the second dimension that we are seeing. Third, of course, and I think someone like Ashton can talk about it, he does that day in and day out, is of course security. I think it just remains so very important, so very dry, but so very important. You've seen businesses, right? One hack, one breach, and then they're all over the media in a negative way, and then they just fall flat. So I guess there's no amount of underlining of this particular aspect, which we can do. The fourth thing, and again we have seen, going back to the earlier, focus on being agile, right? How can we leverage this, to be extremely agile? So I think that's clearly, a focus area. If I were to summarize, Feroz, 2020 has redefined everything from the way we work, from the way, to the way we interact, right? Right now we're doing this, for example, digitally. So I think, there'll be a lot of focus on streamlining the workforce, right? Rethinking our operational infrastructure. And especially when we look at models, there'll be a blend of, remote models as well as, physical models, right? So what we have seen is, if you look at various surveys, right, I think around, 2/3 of, firms, typically I think are going to increase their, their cloud computing. I think that's the number which is emerging from, various, surveys. And, let's just hope, that everybody takes it up, with urgency, which is required.
Yeah. Very true. I mean, adoption is going to happen for sure. I can also see that pull in the market. Being in consultancy, it happens so that I interact with different clients in different sectors and all. So yeah, that's clearly evident. And no matter, BFSI is one of the topmost in terms of the industry segments. If really I have to demystify this, my point of view is this: if we do a 2x2 matrix, we'll see that. Next to telecom or media, BFSI is a game changing, in terms of the adoption. So definitely, I mean, that adoption is going to happen. Bhavesh, do you agree with this statement of Deepu? Like, is this going to be a trend going forward? So what's your view on this, Bhavesh?
Yeah, sure, certainly. Because, cloud adaptation is not going to stop. It's going to increase because it's a give, agility, scale. And I will give you a new term. Like, look, we have done a small exercise. We have analyzed that our downtime of a different application platform or services which we migrated on cloud. So what we analyzed, like, our downtime has reduced by more than 40% for those services or platform or application which we migrated on the cloud. So you can see that this is a sort of this cloud journey is also giving us a business continuity mechanism by design. And it not only that, it's also prevent us from issue related to vendor lock, because that in-prem services that vendor support was sometime couple of years back, it was giving some kind of tough time. So if you are moving on a cloud for as an infrastructure services or PaaS, and very importantly SaaS in BFSI sector, we have many services, that is even regulatory services like CKYC. I say it's already available on our SaaS platform. That's give us that kind of agility or that speed up to our digitization process. So cloud journey is not going to stop. And as we discussed at the start of this particular session, like whether we are moving back to on our in-prem, look, whenever any services or business are required for to achieve that our business objective, we decide based on our 5-year plan, and most of the time now our toss goes to cloud. So we are moving very fast on cloud.
I totally agree. So, yes, this is evident also. So there are data also which tells that the adoption is moving on, and this trend is going to be there because, the IoTs of the world or the AR, VRs of the world, what we are talking about, you gave an example of lending and mortgage, and when we see that how much there's a cloud penetration in that itself. So yeah, definitely this is clearly evident. Now let me summarize this what we heard. So very interesting. So and I'm glad to say this thing that there are multiple converging views which came out. So it's not like that there are divergent views. The views are really converging well. And when we spoke to Ashton, when Bhavesh, when you yourself spoke about, so yes, we learned that yes, security is of paramount importance. And generally what happens when we talk about multi-cloud, or for that matter hybrid cloud also, there are different challenges which are there in terms of protecting data. And Muralidhara did spoke about the data, that how do we really secure the data, the quantum of data which we are talking about in a very consistent way. And when we talk about multi-cloud, yes, we even have to keep in mind that there are different service providers. So how do we really make sure that all of the service providers handles the different part of security or infosec or data in a way which really adds value to the to the clients or the customer, where the cloud adoption is there. And for that matter, BFSI is no matter a front runner into this. And the other thing which came very evident is this. When we talk about this platform, like Deepu specifically categorically did mention about the digitalization part, the Alexa part of it, that how do we really bring agility to this? How do we really make sure that the change, the pace and the disruption and innovation what we are talking about, that comes with it? So that's another important part. No matter we talk about the SaaS, PaaS or IaaS, no matter we talk about the traditional or the new age architecture, we need to be really ready for that change. We need to make sure that yes, when we talk about that business growth, that growth has to come through adoption of different cloud platforms, which is evident also, which we have seen in all of our professional life. So there's a very good takeaway which tells that categorically the banking, NBFC or the insurance, and all of you come from this background. So this not only as a sector but as a topic also, if we talk about cloud, that's making a huge headway. And this headway is going in the right way of the BFSI sector. So it was great hearing your perspective, your views from all of you. And before I wrap up, in interest of time, would like to hear one closing statement from all of you, that what exactly do you think is going to happen in multi-cloud for next 2 years or 3 years? So Deepu, let me start from you. What do you think as a closing statement for the multi-cloud?
I think the focus clearly will be on two dimensions. One is the customer and therefore data. And I think from that perspective, two things emerge. One is security. The other is, how can you crunch data to make analytics decentralized and democratized?
Great. Muralidhar, your views?
I'd lighten it up a little bit in the sense that I will say that there is a huge humidity of data, that is, it is evaporating. You need cloud computing to rain business benefits. Without that, it is not going to happen.
Yes.
Both from what Deepu said on both points, you need security. To provide security on your own for a large quantum of data will be a huge investment. And
Yeah.
on top of that, you need models and compute as well as analytical models to address this data.
Yeah.
There will be, I would assume that, though BFSI was slow to start, like in many other parts of compute, BFSI will start leading, cloud adoption in 3 years time. When you look at it, almost all banks will look like they are SaaS providers, banking SaaS providers, or, NBFC lenders on the cloud, or, banks on the cloud. It will look like that. Regulatory has to change.
Great. Bhavesh, your views?
Yeah, so my view is cloud adaptation will continue till the time it's give value to our business. And my experience is most of the time budget comes quickly once it's related to either customer service or data analytics. These two area is hot. So if cloud adaptation in these two area will continue.
Great. Ashton?
Sure. So Firoz, I'll end with the thought in a multi-cloud setup, given that we've got different service providers having different standard and processes, and also the fact that as CISOs, and given the CISO hat that I wear, we've actually lost the ability to say no and stop to business in terms of any innovation that they want to carry out. So it's best that we manage security in the cloud for ourselves, and the security of the cloud is left to the service provider. Having said, we also realize that there is never going to be any end state or nirvana as far as cloud security is concerned. So we have to be on our toes, always be aware and awake. Thank you.
My closing statement to this is that yes, we heard multi-cloud from all of you, and at least my thinking is this, that this is a landscape which is going to bring agility, speed, and most importantly the business continuity, which is of paramount importance to any BFSI vertical. With this, I would like to close this interesting panel discussion. I hope that the audience would have taken note from the panel members, the eminent panel members, and their views, what they have shared. It's very important that I must highlight that the views are very, very important. It's $1 million worth, and for any practitioner or for any customers, this is going to be a game changer. With that, let me close it off, and I thank a ton to all of you for sparing time for this interesting panel discussion.
That's an interesting piece of discussion with workable inputs on multi-cloud strategy. Many thanks to the learned panelist and the moderator. Now we have a very interesting fireside chat on making hybrid cloud simple with IBM Flash system. Let's invite Akhil Kamath, Distributed Storage Sales Leader, Asia Pacific, IBM, to throw some light on the hybrid multi-cloud infrastructure and how is it impacting our strategic storage choices.
Hi, so today we are here to have a very interesting discussion, and this discussion is interesting because there's a lot of discussion which happens on technology topic, and there's a topic which is cloud, and cloud is something which everyone talks about. So in tech world and digital world, cloud is something which is emerging in different forms, and different people look cloud in different means. And we thought that why don't we have a discussion on this topic, which is a very interesting topic. And before I start, let me start by thanking and acknowledging Redington India, which has hosted this fireside chat. And the topic, as I said, it's very interesting, like how do we really simplify the multi-cloud strategy and using Flash system, because the interesting point is this: we have an expert from IBM who will talk about the IBM Flash system, but it's really interesting. And just for the benefit of the audience who want to know more about Redington is operating in this field for almost, I'll say, since 1993, and is even a global brand working across multiple parts of the globe. They operate in more than many countries with more than 30,000 channel partners, and are a largest distributor in India with almost plus of 50,000 crores. In terms of the cloud service provider, also they are one of the biggest distributor in India. So this is very small intro about Redington, and the very purpose that why I am telling this thing, because they have taken sort of an a step forward in making sure that how do we educate the audience in terms of the distributed cloud strategy or a multi-cloud strategy. And with me today I have Akhil. Akhil comes from IBM, who is a distributed storage sales leader for Asia Pacific. And the very purpose is this: let's hear his views and perspective on the topic, specifically and categorically, that how IBM Flash system is helping this in a multi-cloud strategy. And other important thing is this: we'd like to hear from Akhil in terms of some domain, in terms of some sector also, because to me it looks like banking and financial services that's really leapfrogging this particular segment. So we'll hear from him. So Akhil, I think first thing is this: welcome to this fireside chat. It's interesting that you have agreed to join me in terms of this discussion. And before we start, Akhil, I think you will also agree with me that AI is such topic, and automation is such topic which is really redefining the world. And this as a topic is getting empowered, and the powerhouse is coming from cloud through different means. And this is where the world is converging. This is where the emerging systems are getting converged. So what are the really high value areas which the enterprise or organization they really need to investigate as they take the hybrid cloud journey? Because it's not so easy for everyone. So obviously they need to do some due diligence, they need to do some study for that. So what's your experience in this, Akhil?
No, Firoz, a very a valid point, right? And hybrid cloud, of course, is a very vast and a very big topic, right? But I would want to view this from the eyes, or rather, I come from a data background, right? So view this from a data background, right? With my perspectives around data, right? And now when you try and peel this, right, you look at what was digital transformation 1.0, and when you look at all the stacks, right, I think from a compute stack, we are more or less ready, right? You have serverless computing, you have virtualization, and you can kind of move data, move application layer around, etc. Right? From an application perspective, I think we are again ready, right? So with the whole stuff around, refactoring of applications, microservices, I think it supports that piece very well. From a network perspective, I think we are again ready for digital 2.0, because you have mobile computing, you have edge data centers, you have 5G, etc. coming. But I think the toughest part is data, right? Because data has gravity, right? And I think that is something which organizations are going to grapple around a bit as we approach the second piece of digital transformation. Because data, first of all, it's not easy to kind of move around. It's not easy to provide the same kind of performance everywhere. It is not easy to, and it's the last parameter, right? So you've got to secure it very, in a very secure manner. And the last piece is, again, data is also bound by regulations, right? So just that there are so many pieces I see where, while we would say that, it's easy to move on-prem, hybrid cloud, etc., applications are ready, networks are ready, compute is ready. But I think from a data perspective, it is still being challenged because performance is not there yet, agility is not there yet, resilience is not there yet, and enough around security and even a lot of government regulations. Right? So I think that is the impending factor, and I think if anybody's got to focus, we've got to focus on that piece.
Yeah, very, very true. In fact, now I can correlate this video, the video which we have seen, because as you rightly said, that when we talk about the application stack, pretty much matured and transitioned. Yes, the microservices, the APIs, the web services, this has really transitioned a lot. So that side, I really don't see any. And even when we talk about the compute side, yes, the serverless computing, if we talk about, or different type of computes which has come, which be it power series, be it engineered series, be it Intel series, yes, that's already there. So that's also quite matured and all. But now if I correlate this with the video which we have seen, when we talk about industry 4.0, when we talk about tons and tons of servers,
tons and tons of I'll say sensors. These sensors are end of the day throwing tons and tons of data. Now, how do you really manage this data? How do you really store this data? This is very, very important, because this is how I think this is what you highlighted, that data has become a nervous system, and that's how, if I correlate this with the video, it's very evident that we are talking about everything. But think about the industry 4.0 data which comes. How do I really manage those data? So with this, Akhil, why don't I ask one more question to you, which is like, what, as per you, are the main consideration which the CIOs or CTOs should think in terms of modernizing their existing storage? Because end of the day, this data needs to be stored, and this data is of very type, be it structured, unstructured, semi-structured. So how are they really going to store this? What should be the infrastructure for this? So what's your view in this, Akhil?
A very valid question again, Firoz, and I think you tied it up very beautifully with the case study as well as our current context, right? I think the challenge for any CIO today is what I would call as from data management to data monetization, right? And this is the piece which you got to cover, right? So how do you move today from an infrastructure which is necessarily around management of it to monetizing your data, right? And I can give you a very good example here, 2 years back when we had our worldwide seminar, the CIO from Delta Airlines was there, and he made a very good point, right? So he said how they were using data, right? So he said that in 20,000, Delta Airlines had 5,600 maintenance cases raised, and had that much of downtime in terms of errors, etc. So 5,600 maintenance activities of it. And by 2018, it just came down to 45, right? And he made a very valid point that there was data for us to see, but we just didn't know how to see. So the first thing they did was create a big data lake, put in all the forms of data they had, create this data lake. So first of all, they created, I would say, the information architecture for enabling insights from data, right? And as a result of which they were able to reduce it to about 55 maintenance cases by 2018, right? So this is a very good piece of how you have used data to actually monetize or reduce cost, right? And like I said, for a CIO, there would be three journeys. The first piece is around data management. And this would have what we have already spoken of, right? How do you give performance to that data? How do you make that data agile? How do you are able to move that data on-prem, hybrid cloud, etc.? How you're able to back up that data, how you're able to secure that data, right? So that's the first piece, right? The second piece after this is once you have done this, once you've kind of consolidated your data, then what you're trying to do is use some form of analytics on top of it. And that analytics you are using for maybe some internal projects, better pricing mechanisms, better maintenance mechanisms, etc. Right? And the third piece is where you are using that, monetizing that data and using AI to accelerate that process. So as we call it, it's an entire journey from data management to data monetization. And you can be in any part of this journey as a CIO, but I think that would be your end goal, right? Now, how do you see it, Firoz? Now, I might be just coming from a data point, but
yeah, interesting, very interesting, because I like this phrase which you said, that data monetization is now become one of the central nervous system. Because when we talk about growth, no matter we are talking about a business growth, EBITDA, revenue, profit share, whatever we talk about, all of this is happening only why? Because now we have that data wherein we can model, put algorithms, and can take decisions. So I totally agree that data is one of the very important things, and business has started monetizing it. So earlier it was more of a storage, but now at least business has started modeling it and monetizing it. That's pretty sure. Now you even brought in a point of data lake setup. That's also very important, because again, if I correlate this to the example which we have seen in the video, that itself talks about that not everything is structured, not all data are in very formatted, so there would be data in the native forms. So how do I really store that data so that when I need in a meaningful way, that really comes out? So that's also my views, and at least I'll say that I totally agree with this view that we really need to be agile in terms of thinking that how do we really monetize the data, store the data, and then play with the data. That's the main, and then only we can talk about AIs and cognitives of the world, because the more and more the data is there, the more and more learning would be there. So obviously this is very important. But then this sorts of forces me to think in one way, Akhil, is this that when we talk about this quantum of data for an enterprise and for an organization, generally what we have seen is this, now multiple service provider comes into play. So it's not like that only one public cloud is there. There are multiple service provider which comes into play for all genuine reason. No, this is certainly the multi-cloud environment which I'm talking about. Now the question is this, that how is it this multi-cloud getting converged at some level in terms of the storage? Why? Because data at the end of the day has to be stored at some place. Okay, now we are talking about 10 different clouds, we are talking about 10 different public clouds, or multiple clouds in that matter. But in order to have that algorithm, in order to have that AI modeling, obviously that data needs to be at some place. So what is your experience in terms of handling this storage management in a multi-cloud environment, which really gives some meaningful insight? And this, if I have to tell you, Akhil, at least I have seen multiple, at least banking or the financial services for that matter, wherein this case study holds true, because you talk about different things, you talk about different processes like wealth, retail, transaction, agri, commercial. You talk about, there are multiple service provider, there are multiple cloud provider, but end of the day the data needs to be converged, and everyone is building a data lake on that. So how is it that we manage a storage in such a multi environment? So what's your view in this?
It's a very interesting point again, Feroz, right? And I think firstly, one should acknowledge that no single provider can be everything to an enterprise, right? And anyone thinking so, I think is not living in the right world, because there is a role and there is a function which each of us has to do, at least maybe from a technology perspective, right? So you have a world which will have on-prem, which will have off-prem, which will have cloud, which will have tapes, which will have everything, right? So that's point number one. Point number two, I like to frequently give this example that managing your storage is like managing your diet, right? So if you've not had the right amount of vitamins or the right amount of sodium or the right amount of carbo, it goes all over the place, right? So whenever you are setting up any such architecture, pretty much like how you take a balanced diet, a balance of everything makes a lot of sense, right? And I've seen numerous examples of people taking one approach that let me go completely to cloud, and then coming back, I don't want to put this on cloud, or something I move here to off-prem and off-prem and on-prem, right? So it's very important that you have a balance of everything. One technology can't do all, right? And today, the way we see it, any organization today has at least about 4 or 5 clouds which they have, again, for various business reasons. Now the issue here becomes is how do you, and it is not that everything is refactored and everything is microserviced, and not all applications, as you will clearly know, are built for the cloud, right? There are still the older legacy ones, and on an average today in any enterprise has 57 applications. So it is not that all these are equal. So what we have, I think, which is very unique to us, is something as what we call as the virtualization layer, right? And this is what we call as our Spectrum virtualized software, right? And this runs for you across enterprises. So you can run it on-prem, you can run it off-prem, or you can even run it on a cloud, right? So the beauty of this is one single GUI or one single management layer which helps you run across multiple clouds, right? And the beauty of this is you don't have to rip and replace anything, right? So this is certified with close to about 450 types of various storage devices. So you might have storage of any vendor, HP, Dell, EMC, IBM, anything, right? This becomes the virtualization layer. So first thing what you're doing is you are reusing an existing assets, right? And the second is this is now certified with public cloud providers also. So this is certified with people like AWS. This is certified on IBM Cloud, and we will go ahead and certify it on many other cloud providers too, right? So what happens here is you have one single layer, on-prem, off-prem, able to move data from one point to the other. So on the on-prem side of it, we do a lot of things. We get in virtualization, we bring in efficiency, we help you get performance, and performance, I'm talking of latency-based performance, right? Because 70 microseconds. We are able to use a lot of, reduce your rack space. We are able to provide you 100% availability of that data, etc. And on the cloud world of it, what has happened is, what we see is the storage provided on the cloud side of it does not have many times the enterprise capabilities, right? So the same spectrum virtualized, for example, when you use on AWS, you are able to reduce your storage infrastructure costs on cloud by 60%, right? I've not met a client yet who is not bothered about how his cloud bills are shooting up on storage, right? So one is you're able to get that reduction, and second is you are able to get 2x the efficiency, right? So you're able to use more EBS volumes, for example, on AWS, right? So there is an interesting case study which we have, which talks about how ATS was able to use Spectrum virtualized on public cloud. Right. And
I mean,
actually,
60%. I mean, are you sure, Akhil? Like, I mean, it's wow factor, because if you talk about 60% saving, I think all CIOs will jump onto this bandwagon.
Yeah, absolutely, right. So, and it's a good thought, Firoz, there, because what has happened right now, it's today there is a whole thing around using pay as you grow, or using what you want and consume as you want, right? And what we are able to do is not only reduce your public cloud costs, we are also able to reduce your on-prem infrastructure costs. So, right? Firoz, I think what I would also like to do is, while we are having this conversation, I would just like to take a bit of a poll from the audience to have their view as well. So, if we just take a minute to get the poll done, right?
Yeah, we should, because it's interesting. I mean, the way we are seeing, the benefits coming out from this storage. Let's take a poll. Yeah.
Yeah. So this says, does your storage involve movement of data between multiple cloud providers? So absolutely, what we are talking, do we see it live, whether it's going to happen or not?
Okay. Do we have the answers now?
Yes, just coming up. All right. So I think it's a very equal balance. 33% say yes, 33% say no, 33% may say maybe. But I don't know about your experience, but I think
a good part. I'll tell you the good part. The good part is this: ki if 1/3 of the people are telling yes, that means yes, it is at least on an uptick mode. And the other indication does tells that it's not very nascent stage. It's not like that. So you have to look into this, that there's a 33% who are a true evangelist, like they have really used it, and there's a 33% who have understood the importance of it, or have started, maybe not reached to an epitome. So and then there are 33% which are true laggards, which they will take time to understand. So that's a good sign. No, Akhil, I know we are running short of time, but I'm very curious to know one thing, because I saw this video, and then when you talk about the cloud storage, when you spoke about the cost advantage, the benefit which it comes. So one question which all CIO will have is what is the benefit which they are going to get in terms of the pricing and the variable usage, because I did saw in the video which talks about that whenever you need to ramp up even a half a petabyte of capacity, this can be done. So you don't have to wait for 6 weeks time to get it provisioned. So would like to have your 2 cents that what do you think on this?
Absolutely, and like I said earlier, right? So with the advent of cloud, with the advent of pay as you grow happening on the cloud, it's worked the reverse way, right? So the need is felt that, can I have the same look and feel on my on-prem environment as well, right? And there's an interesting study by IDC which says that by 2023, close to 60% of enterprises will move their consumption to such models, right? So it's a reality in terms of looking at it, right? And it definitely makes sense for any organization to look at it. But I think in what we have tried to do very unique again to IBM is try to get the benefits of 3 things together, right? Benefits of a financial perspective, benefits from a technology perspective, and benefits from an operational perspective, right? So what we do, Feroz, in this is we provide capacity for the next probably 3 years, whatever the client requires on day one, right? So that big capacity is given at his data center premises the way they want it. It could be on their data center, it could be on their what do you say, telco provider, or it could be in any of their client sites, right? So the capacity is provided for the next 3 years. What we do is we just sign up for a base minimum capacity of what they might require. Now, this is the basic you will consume on your on-prem, right? So if you're not going to move your SAP and your basic environments, you will consume this amount of storage, right? And in our case, it is as low as about 35 terabytes, right, for the contract period. And the next is variable usage. So what we do is we use storage software called Storage Insights. This remotely manages the capacity and is proactively giving you a dashboard on what is your capacity used, etc. Right? So you can go back to your chargeback techniques, etc. Right? Second is we have built in a piece of AI around this, because it is now able to tell you how is your usage pattern and how you can do it better. Second is, if you have issues and tickets to be logged, this automatically logs tickets on your behalf, right? So you are able to put in logs, and at the back end, we are able to understand your patterns and give you predictive maintenance services, right? So that's the other piece of it, right? And you just have to pay on a monthly basis based on what you consume, right? As simple as that, right? So today, if I look at it in terms of cost reduction techniques used by any CIO, I think there are 2 or 3. One is discretionary costs, right? And these are costs where they're trying to convert CapEx to OpEx. So this fits there. The second piece they try to do is by doing IT cost control, which might be changing your architecture, doing consolidation, virtualizing, reusing of existing assets, etc. So using our Spectrum Virtualize and our utility models, we are able to do that too. And the third thing is they try and get some demand management techniques like chargeback, chargeback to projects, chargeback to users. So using Storage Insight, we are able to do that too. So in one model, you are able to give him all the 3 variables which you would look at from an IT cost control point of view. And as a result of which, we are seeing a good uptake in this model of ours, right? And you can get anything. You can get your flash, you can get your cloud, you can get your Spectrum scale, you can get your backup, everything just the way you want to consume and how much you want to consume. And we've seen some interesting use cases also around this, right? So for example, one of our clients knows he's going to move some data to the cloud. So he's saying, I don't know when I'm going to move. So this model works fine for him because he can just move capacity there, and he has to just pay variable if he has used and if he's not used. Somebody's used it well in the case of DR. I don't know when I'm going to do my DR activity, right? So I'll just pay when I do my DR, right? So very interesting use cases we are seeing in the ways people are consuming this model, right?
You're right. In fact, but since you spoke about such a use case of variability, and first thing is this is very interesting, because if I have to pay some base price and then I have a freedom of really ramping up or scaling it up, that really gives me that edge. And one of the use case which I remember is this, that if categorically you talk about the banking or NBFC as a sector or as a vertical, what happens is this: during some time of the seasonality, maybe like the Diwali time or New Year time, you'll see that the peak load goes drastically. No, that is something which really I, as a CIO, need to control. I mean, that's the way, power of the variability. And if I get a storage which really factors in this, I think that's the best part. So as a CIO, I think that's the best part to manage your storage capability. It's very interesting, and I'm sure that CIOs will find it more interesting in terms of using it with a model which has a base pricing, and then it has a freedom as per the need. Wherever whatever capacity you want, you can scale it up. So very interesting. Akhil, in interest of time, we will have to really wrap up this session. It was very interesting session. I love talking to you in terms of the topic which hovers around AI, hovers around cloud, but in the end of the day, it talks like how do we really manage our storage, which is the central nervous system for the data. So very interesting one.
But before I end, I don't know if you have any questions. We can take one or two questions in interest of time. So do we have any questions? Let me see. Okay, so there's a poll which is there, which is interesting, and the poll tells that do we move the data between on-prem and cloud frequently? Okay, can we have the answers? Oh wow, 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 wow! This is real insight. This is interesting. So 45% tells that yes, on-prem to cloud, it's happening, which is a good sign. And even my feeling is also that even my experience also tells the same thing, that yes, at least 50% on-prem to cloud frequently, data movement which happens. So that's clearly evident. So even the poll results also talks the same thing, which sort of summarizes our discussion. The way we were talking about it summarizes this answer also summarizes this. So great. Do we have any other? Yeah,
We've also very simple in the sense what we have done, right, is very often we face this scenario is, okay, you are telling me in cloud, but what are the use cases we do? So what we have done is we've come out with 9 solution blueprints. So you don't even have to, rack your stuff on what it is, right? The solution blueprint has everything for you. So this is a blueprint around backing up data to cloud. This could be a blueprint on business continuity to cloud, or this could be a blueprint around your SAP HANA environment, or even in the security log analysis. So there are a lot of these blueprints which we have, which kind of make your entire deployment exercise very, very easy, right? So that was just a point which I highlight on.
So with this, Akhil, I would like to thank you a lot for sparing time and having a chat with me. It was interesting, and I'm sure the audience would have got benefited from this. So thanks a lot for sparing.
I did enjoy it as well. So thank you very much, and thank you to the Reddington team as well for having this organized. So thank you, and have a good day.
Thanks, Mr. Kamath, for apprising the audience on the critical elements of the cloud strategy and how IBM helps organizations to effectively manage storage across their multi-cloud environment. Now, we have a masterclass on application engineering in cloud transformation from Sarat Mohanty, Head Global Supply Chain, Finance Implementation, Standard Chartered Bank, Singapore. He will speak on application engineering in cloud transformation. Mr. Sarat is a senior global business leader with extensive experience in client delivery, product commercialization, go-to-market, large complex program execution, and business transformation at organizations including Standard Chartered Bank, Iridas AG, Black & Decker.
Welcome everyone to CXO Bfsi Multicloud Summit. The topic I would be discussing with you all today is about application engineering, which is key to cloud transformation journey. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sharat Mohanty, currently work at Standard Chartered Bank as a global head of trade and supply chain finance, client implementation. I'm also at the board of advisors at Easy Inc. in Canada, a B2C ethnic grocery fintech startup platform. I'm a senior global digital business leader with over 2 decades of experience in banking, corporate sector across Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, Europe, and Americas. My core competencies are in corporate working capital and supply chain management, and banking, cash, treasury, and supply chain finance management. A very rare competency and experience for someone to have in the global senior leadership marketplace. As a board advisor, I mentor and shape the fintech startup firm specializing in supply chain e-commerce. I'm also an active keynote speaker in reputed supply chain and banking industry events, specializing in digital disruption and digital transformation. So let's look at the application engineering and why it is key to cloud transformation. As most of you would be listening and hearing in any discussion around the industry, 9 out of the 10 discussions tend to focus on the infrastructure. Means most of the push today in the industry, how do corporate institutions move their data or their on-premises application hosting into a cloud platform. But having said that, cloud transformation is not only about a mere infrastructure play. There is more to that. The power of cloud computing can be unleashed only when an application is repurposed and built, keeping both future business process and data reengineering in mind. I emphasize again, the future business process and data reengineering is key to repurpose your application. There's a lot happening at the digital transformation in the world. The blockchain, machine learning, and IoT driven process and data approach should be an integral part of the design thinking when you try to repurpose or build an application to be deployed in the cloud. There's a huge opportunity to improve the speed to market and cost optimization. When I refer to speed to market, it is all about how quickly you can deploy a complex application for the consumption for your customers. And cost optimization, there's a huge cost leverage in terms of how quickly you can deploy the application. Therefore, the time that requires to build, test, and then deploy the application is really shortened because of the new technology available in cloud computing. So that is why it is really important why an application engineering is key to cloud transformation. So having seen why it is important, let's look at what is needed into the application engineering as part of your transformation. So number one, repurpose your business process and your data model, keeping the API consumption and microservices in mind. And that's very critical because this is a completely different way of designing and thinking how you wanted to repurpose your application, particularly keeping cloud in mind. So decompose your processes and the big fat data blocks into independent small bite-sized service block, and so as the smaller bite-sized data blocks. So you don't have to really think about your big fat data schemas that you used to do while designing a particular application. And more or less, this is to facilitate the API consumption as much as possible. Determine which process and data makes sense to be in cloud and which ones to stay on-prem and monolithic. The reality is that not everything that you host within your organization that can be transported into cloud. The answer is no. There are still some of those applications has to be still kept under your on-premises or a monolithic process of doing an application. So you need to really look at which process and data makes sense and which don't. And more importantly, look at your business partners' cloud play and look at what exactly your customers and suppliers are doing. Your customers and supplier cloud strategy and their plan is quite relevant to yours, because once they started playing in the cloud and you do not comply to that particular architecture or a framework, then you will lose the competitive position with your partners as you do your business. So therefore, it is very critical that you look at your business partners cloud strategy planning and make sure that your application proposition is in sync with your business partners. So let me now take you through a very simple use case that kind of depicts what I'm talking about, why application engineering is key to cloud transformation. Look at the request for proposal, RFP. Most of you would be familiar with this, depending on the size of the organization, complexity of the organization, and by the time an RFP process really gets started and at the time it is ready to be sent out to your customers or to your supplier, it can be anywhere between 3 weeks to 20 weeks or 15 weeks, because there are many stakeholders are involved in an RFP process. So in this example, if I look at, you are looking at a particular software solution to buy from a vendor, you will have to define what your requirements are. Of course, there will be some commercials, and you will be asking for the key milestone delivery timeline. What are the service levels after it is delivered? What are the legal and compliance aspects involved? And technology solution or security architecture that is involved, part of that particular software that you're trying to buy. So this is a typical case where you are now you're trying to put together an RFP process. Most of the time in an organization, every single function or department or stakeholder have to come together, give their input, give their requirement before an RFP document or an RFP process is completed. But if you really look at, in future, if you wanted to do the same process, keeping cloud in mind, so what you could probably think of, while you are defining your technology solution or a legal and compliance or a key milestone, for example, your commercials, if you're buying a product, yes, once the technology solution architectures are defined, and a particular vendor can probably give you a pricing, doesn't really have to wait for your legal and compliance or a service level questionnaire or the aspect that are relevant to commercials. It could be relevant for your service level for other aspect, but giving you a commercial probably do not need to really look at all other aspect. So in this case, possibly you can strip the commercial part of the entire RFP process, and you can go ahead and ask your vendor to give you an pricing through an API mode. Similarly, if I look at the legal and compliance, or if you're looking at a service level, these are all service contract basically, and then they are not really related to your commercials or a key milestone or a timeline. These are a bilateral service level that has to be agreed between the buyer and the supplier. Similarly, legal and compliance aspect. So why couldn't this be think in a line of a blockchain smart contract? A legal and compliant requirement with the service provider and with the service buyer can get into a smart contract, and so that this can be de-linked from the overall RFP service. Similarly, if you look at a key milestone or a delivery timeline, similar thing, this is again a bilateral. This can also be thought as a smart contract. So the essence of this process is that you really don't have to wait to have everything in one place. That has been happening many years in an RFP process. Thinking of an application, if you're trying to build for an RFP and going into a cloud in future, you'll really have to think about what are the new way of services that are available that you can probably benefit as part of your cloud transformation. I hope this has given you an essence of why an application engineering is critical to your cloud transformation, and what exactly do you need to know, what are the key building blocks. And then obviously looking at this particular small use case, you would have probably have some sense around what kind of design thinking that needs to go in mind when you're trying to repurpose your application engineering. As to conclude, I once again re-emphasize, you have to think first what is available in the cloud with the machine learning, with an IoT, with a blockchain solution available, and how you can design your application keeping those new digital transformation tool in mind, and then start to define your business process, data model, data schema, keeping API microservices in mind, not the old way of designing the business process and data and then try to deploy as part of a distribution mechanism. It's a completely a reverse engineering, as you can see, and I can see in the next 3 to 5 years as more and more corporate or financial institution try to move into cloud, application engineering will be an integral key area for every organization to really look at, and those who will be successful, who really repurpose their application engineering, keeping the API, microservices, blockchain, IoT, machine learning in mind. I hope it was useful. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Sarath, for an interesting class. Class is not over. Now, please welcome Lucky Sakaria Chaudhary, Director, CDP India, to speak on multi-cloud model to make IT work for you. Lucky has significantly led the avenues of smart workplace solutions, IoT, and digital transformation projects. Her innovative solution ideas have solicited high-profile clientele. She has driven the business of digital solutions from scratch and scored new statistics in the company books. Her young, energetic zest coupled with a pragmatic approach is the best showcase of her remarkable business skills.
Hello everyone, this is Lakhi Sakaria Chaudhary, Director at CDP India Private Limited. I'm going to be speaking to you about multi-cloud model to make IT work for you. Well, about 10 years ago, the requirements was for cloud, but now the requirements have changed to clouds. With the number of options available for cloud deployment, it is all about selecting the right workload for right clouds. Some classic scenarios that I want to mention, especially for the BFSI industry for implementing multi-cloud, are listed below. So firstly, addressing different workload requirements. The BFSI industry specifically uses a lot of mission critical applications which are hosted in a private cloud environment. But there are a lot of other non-mission critical applications which can be hosted on public clouds. Each workload has its own specific IT requirement for IT infrastructure, costs, and delivery timelines. It becomes extremely important to choose the right environment for meeting the requirements. Having multi-cloud options helps you select what would be the ideal solution deployment strategy while balancing the cost, performance, agility, and ease of deployment. Secondly, temporary resource requirements. Another key application for multi-cloud is the IT resource requirements for temporary projects like UAT environments, development environments, and for new app deployments, or maybe just a POC aligned by business teams for a small period. Such projects are short-term projects and require resources to be available within a short period of time. Having the agility and flexibility of delivering IT as a service using the multi-cloud services reduces this time required for resource provisioning. And lastly, but most importantly, disaster recovery. This is a very critical security requirement for having DRs in multiple locations to meet business and compliance needs. But having dependency on just one type of private or public cloud would not be a viable option. The wise decision would be to use multiple cloud vendors to avoid vendor lock-ins, reduce the bandwidth requirements, reduce capex, and maintain compliance requirements. I've listed below some of the key challenges that most of you would be able to relate to. Firstly, delivering IT as a service. Number of applications and workloads are increasing, and considering the project timelines, everything is required as a service and on priority. IT needs to be agile enough to meet these needs. Secondly, complexity of IT operations. There's a constant fear of adopting new technologies and ensuring that the required skill sets are available in-house to manage multiple clouds. Thirdly, the risk associated with data. These days, the entire BCP strategy is designed to ensure no data is lost and stored securely. And lastly, geolocation needs. Companies are expanding their businesses not just locally, but also internationally. Managing IT requirements across the globe has become a challenge. The offering that multi-cloud has to cater to these challenges, which also serves as a benefits, are cost optimization, with various options to be made available to meet the performance and immediate IT requirements. Right cloud can be selected for fulfilling the requirements with optimized costs and reduced delivery timelines. Secondly, data management. Data is the new currency. With the exponential growth seen in number of applications, data is also increasing continuously. These different types of data require different type of access and availability. For example, some database would be requiring minimal access, which we call as cold storage, while hot data storage is accessed 10 times a day or even maybe more. Rather than dumping all of your data into one cloud, you can diversify to take advantage of the right service for the right function using multi-cloud model. Disaster recovery. If BCP is done using multi-cloud strategy, it can reduce time required to restore data and resume business operations. And lastly, global business requirements. After this current COVID situation, we have realized that work from anywhere has become a reality. Instead of having resources being accessed from a single long distance location, we can deploy solutions on multiple cloud environments which are near the regions requiring your IT services. Let me start off by explaining to you a classic case study and the most critical one that we've implemented for one of the largest private bank in India. The workloads included backup for file system, image level backups for VM, Oracle DB, Microsoft SQL database backups, and much more. The data size for backup was more than 500 TB of data. Along with backup on primary side, data must be replicated on the secondary side. There needed to be a provision for long-term retention. A few common policies that all of you might be able to relate to. The goal was to reduce dependency on tapes and have disk-based backups, reducing the data footprint and bandwidth requirement. We monitored some key data points like different applications and workloads required for backup, retention period required for backup, expected annual growth, expected backup window, current bandwidth available between DC and DR. Based on these inputs shared, we realized around 8,700 TB of data had to be retained at a single site, with some data to be retained for a longer period for compliance. Accordingly, we positioned Dell's data domain solution along with ECS for long-term retention to store this 8,700 TB of logical data within the 800 TB of physical space. We leveraged Dell's DD Boost technology to improve the backup throughput and ensure that the backup is done in a given short window. Dell's inline deduplication drastically reduced the required disk space and bandwidth requirements, reducing the time required for backup and replication. Dell's global search functionality has helped in finding recovery points with ease. With the BFSI industry driven by compliance and regulations, this solution implementation reduces critical industry-wide pain points of maintaining tape drives. Its data invulnerability architecture ensured that the data is backed up, stored, and retrieved, unlike tapes that we have. Summarizing the key benefits that the customer could experience was the bandwidth requirement being reduced by 97%. Overall data reduction ratio was around 93%, improved backup retrieval because of global search functionalities, and lastly, better data protection as compared to tapes. So this is a classic case study for a multi-cloud model. Let me deep dive into the technologies that we have leveraged or the key technology focus for deploying a multi-cloud model. Most importantly, hyperconverge. CDP along with Dell Technologies provides best-in-class solutions to deploy your private and public clouds. We're replacing the traditional architecture of data centers with a more agile and consolidated solutions with the help of Dell EMC. One of the key solutions for this cloud strategy is the Dell's hyperconverged VxRail. Dell's EMC VxRail is the hyperconverged infrastructure foundation for Dell Technologies, a turnkey HCI platform driven to drive IT transformation by accelerating data center modernization and simplifying the path to hybrid and multi-cloud. VxRail provides simple, cost-effective hyperconverged solutions that solves a wide range of your challenges and supports almost any use case, including Tier 1 applications and mixed workloads for the BFSI segment. Dell's EMC VxRail enables faster, better, and simpler delivery of virtual desktops, business-critical applications, and remote office infrastructure. In addition, VMware Cloud Foundation on VxRail, the flagship Dell Technologies cloud platform offering, integrates the VxRail hyperconverged infrastructure layer with VMware's SDDC software stack, the lifecycle managing both as one complete automated turnkey on-premise hybrid cloud experience. The VMware Cloud Foundation on Dell EMC VxRail allows for management of all cloud operations through a familiar set of tools, offering a consistent experience across all your cloud workloads. The key advantage of these offerings is that additional IT resources like compute and storage can be provisioned from multiple clouds just as a service. Next one we've got is data on multiple clouds. A variety of public cloud options that are all continuously innovating and developing new services and capabilities creates complexity in determining which cloud is right for an organization. Once again, CDP leverages its expertise being a Titanium Dell partner on Dell Technologies storage and various clouds for multi-cloud offerings. We can offer agile multi-cloud model support, allowing you to leverage multiple clouds and easily switch clouds based on applications needs to maintain the business outcomes. Organizations can avoid vendor lock-in by keeping data independent of cloud, so you do not have to worry about high egress charges, migration risk, or time required to move data. extending the data center to the cloud using enterprise-class cloud environments to hundreds of thousands of IOPS to support high-performance workloads while reducing risk and maintaining complete control of data. While on-premise storage still provides the best security, control, and performance, public cloud offers compelling services for offsite compliance and long-term archiving, such as the AWS Glacier and Microsoft Azure Blob. In this age of data, the limits of both are being pushed and the velocity of data growth is straining infrastructure. Dell EMC's cloud-connected storage and data protection system addresses rapid data growth and optimizes data center resources with simple and efficient data mobility to and from public clouds. Seamless and transparent movement of data from on-premises to the cloud enables you to leverage public cloud as an economical storage tier, ideal for archiving and long-term retention. Next, what we've got is data domain. No matter where the data is, the protection of that data is the responsibility of the customer on the cloud platform. The customer, that is the BFSI industry, needs to provision for backups and DR sites to ensure the data is stored correctly, transmitted correctly, and restored correctly. Creating these secondary sites requires a lot of CapEx cost. For the BFSI customers, there are a lot of compliances to keep data for long-term retention. Instead of incurring the CapEx cost, CDP helps in creating a cost-effective setup that can reduce storage requirements for backups, reduce bandwidth requirements for replication, and reduce complexity for managing backups and restores. CDP has deployed Dell's data domain series for customers to simplify and obtain operational efficiencies, including resiliency and scale as you grow in any cloud environment, private, public, and hybrid. Data Domain Series supports the most extensive cloud ecosystem, but it's now on Dell EMC, that is the Elastic Cloud Storage Series, to deliver excellent in-cloud data protection at reduced costs. Data Domain Series can natively tier deduplicated data to any supported cloud environment for long-term retention with Dell EMC's cloud tier. The DD series, as we call it, provides faster disaster recovery with orchestrated DR and provides an efficient architecture to extend on-premise data protection with lower costs. And most importantly, the smart workplace management. With work from home gaining an acceptance in the market even before COVID, post the pandemic, work from home has gained significant momentum. Companies are planning various strategies to facilitate work from home as a permanent norm. One of the key aspects to be considered in this strategy is security and bandwidth requirements. For this reason, most of the BFSI vertical are flocking to VDI services from various vendors. One of the leading technologies for this is Dell Technologies' VMware Horizon. With VMware Horizon, customers can provide their employees easy access to users from anywhere at any time, with the complete control on data that they want to share. VMware Horizon can be hosted on multiple clouds to also meet the geolocation needs. Apart from the control of the VDI, CDP with its innovative and VDI integrated solutions have added an extra layer of security and automations to work securely from anywhere, not just at home, but also from different branch offices. CDP's One Office view with facial recognition and image analytics provides the capability of automated monitoring solution that continuously secures the identity of remote or work from home employees. It integrates with the VDI solution to ensure that the right people are accessing the VDI session. There can be a regular monitoring to check the employee presence, shouldering activities, photograph to be captured by a mobile phone, or even camera being held by in front of the system. Another important module in the One Office View suite that works well with the VDI solution is the workspace management solution. Companies create a well-defined fixed and flexi-desk infrastructure using this solution. The solution can create seamless processes to book a flexi desk to provision the VDI to users when they reach their desk. In the current situation where there are restrictions on the number of employees to be working from the office premise, in spite of the BFSI falling in essential services, this solution can help in planning the right place for the right people without requiring the need to move workstations and set up a virtual workstation from any desk that the employee is securing. I'll give you a case study on this exact solution that we have recently implemented. This project has been implemented for one of India's largest financial it has been implemented for one of the innovative legal services firms, majorly catering to the BFSI customers only. With remote working, it was essential to secure their confidential data and ensure access only to authorized employees to work. What CDP did is that we integrated their existing VDI solutions with our biometric authentication and image analytics technologies. Some key scenarios that our integrated solution was able to successfully mitigate or provide provision was identity verification, imposter violation, blank screen or left screen view, multiple people detection, phone recording detection, facial suspicion. These being the key scenarios for data leakage for any remote or work from home employee. CDP has also helped the firm maintain confidentiality and quality in the laborious process of document review, all while realizing cost predictability and time management. This solution has helped improve data security while these attorneys have been working from home. So this is a solution that integrates with any VDI application that you might be existingly using, or you might plan to move towards for enabling remote working. Another case study that we've got is for the smart workplace on Multicloud. This case study is for one of India's fastest growing financial services conglomerate specifically. This project was deployed even before the pandemic actually struck the world. So the core challenge was to integrate their legacy HRMS application with our One Office View smart workspace management solution. This application leveraged multi-cloud model to amalgamate the HR, admin, and business heads requirements onto a single unified platform. CDP leveraged its digital workspace solution to reduce this workplace friction, improve the utilization of the workspaces, and increase the security for sensitive areas. It provided the employees with a mobile application, helping them book a desk for themselves anytime, anywhere, and even access the floor plan, identify the available seats in the office premise that they would be visiting on the map view, providing a visual representation of the live occupancy status. The user could simply check into the premise using a QR code scan and check out using the same QR code scan, implementing contactless technology. Once they're within the premise, they could simply book a desk for themselves, secure their desk, get access to their data with the workspace management system on VDIs. This mobile application also integrated with the HRMS to fetch details about the new joinees or exiting employees and accordingly manage the workspaces, reporting the admin or the business heads about their individual space utilization, thus leveraging the improvisation in the real estate costs by workspace utilization monitoring. A few other key solutions that CDP offers for leveraging multi-cloud model are the digital infrastructure solutions. So starting with the data center and cloud solutions, networking, endpoints, IT software solutions, security solutions, and IT services. CDP can serve as the one-stop shop for any IT requirements to help you and your organization deliver the multi-cloud model. We also have our in-house business software solutions that are already deployed for majorly the BFSI vertical on multi-cloud model. The first one being One Office View that has been discussed in all the case studies out here for the smart workspace solution, leveraging facial recognition and image analytics technology extensively. The recent and most innovative IT solution, IoT-based solutions that we've implemented have been for RPA. With this pandemic, we have realized the emphasis on implementing automation for all the daily business mundane processes. With CDP's expertise in implementing RPA solutions, we have been able to automate these mundane processes to be running 24/7 by your own personal bot. And lastly, OneSaveView, which is a sales performance management system that helps you monitor the campaigns, sales management, and activities of your on-field workforce that is working remotely. Once again, thank you all for your time. And in case of any requirements to implement multi-cloud model, please feel free to reach out to CDP, Dell Technologies Titanium Partner. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucky, for your deep insights and a remarkable session. Our distinguished set of technocrats and industry leaders have agreed to be a part of this panel discussion. Please welcome Dr. Suresh A. Shanmugam, Head NCIO Mahindra & Mahindra, Sudhin Barokar, Industry Expert and Global IT and Innovation Advisor, Prasanna Nohar, Head Digital Innovation and Architecture DCB Bank, and Ashish Tiwari, VP and Head of Engineering Neo Solutions. The session will be moderated by V. Srinivasa Rao, Chairman and MD, BT and BT. Request Mr. Srinivasa to please take over from here.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. This is V. Srinivasa Rao. I'm also known as VSR. I'm the Chairman and Managing Director for BT and BT. Pretty active in other professional bodies also. Today, we are going to talk about a very interesting topic called Banking 4.0 that is powered by almost a dozen technologies, of course. There are so many other technologies also there. And I have with me very senior seasoned professionals as guests who joined this panel. Let me introduce one by one. Sudhin Barokar, he is a global IT and innovation advisor, CIO. He has played a very senior roles in Barclays and SBI and other banks. So very well known in the banking space. Welcome, Sudhin, for this session. And so
thank you.
I have thank you, Sudhin. So I have Dr. Suresh Shan. He's also from Mahindra and Mahindra Finances. Head Innovations, Future Technologies. It's like business information technology services. So he will bring an extensive experience in the finance space. Thank you, Dr. Suresh Shan, for joining this session. So I have with me Ashish Tiwari. He's Vice President and Head of Engineering Neo Solutions. So he represents the fintech. Probably we'll have some interesting discussion how fintech is challenging the conventional banking system. So we have one more guest. Probably will join within some time. So let us start this particular session. So when I say banking 4.0, why we call 4.0 is just to align with the fourth industrial revolution and the digital economy, where the technologies have become the driving forces to change the industry. And banking is not exceptional. So here, what is happening is the mobile, social, analytics, cloud, Internet of Things, augmented virtual realities, blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning, then edge computing, or programmable software networks, geospatial technologies, cyber security. I mean, it is very scary sometimes because banks also not able to skip any of these technologies. Most of these technologies become part and parcel of banking solutions. So why banks have to move to the banking 4.0 era is to align with the digital economy and fourth industrial revolution, where the customer behaviors got changed, their expectations got changed. And because of these technological innovations, the physical and digital worlds are getting matched. So converged, precisely. That means the banking operations also getting changed. So all these things we'll discuss in this. Particularly, we are going to talk about the payment services. I mean, there are so many new commerce in this space. And robo banking, like how the robo advisors, chatbots or virtual assistants going to change. Then, as I mentioned, the open banking and fintech, how it is going to change the banking industry. Cryptocurrencies, blockchain, it's a lot of hype. What is that means to banking industry? Then coming to the core of software applications and infrastructure, what is the, I mean, what are the changes coming in these two areas because of this banking 4.0? So that's the topic for today. So let me start the session. I request the panelists to share their thoughts. So start with Dr. Suresh Shan. As I mentioned, technology fusion. That means now the solutions are not just based on one technology or two technologies, something like that. It's an intersection. The innovation lies in the intersection, the convergence, the fusion. So what is your view on this fusion of technologies and how it is changing the banking industry?
Yeah. Thanks for this question, Mr. Vyasar, and it's a great question, need of the hour, like how things are taking it up and how people do see, especially when it comes to technology fusion, where the kind of digital transformation which is moving on. We can see the actual basics of digital transformation. So far, touchwood, majority of the digital, we call it more of transformation is focusing more on the corporate digital, where corporates were focusing more on the regulators, and it is revolving more on the process, policy, procedures of the corporate, and the digital was getting evolved based on that, the innovations, disruptions. You call it payment systems. All were focusing towards that and trying to get enabled and empowered to enrich the systems. But the kind of transformation during COVID and post-COVID is going to be more on the transformation of corporate digital towards the customer digital, where every individual customer is going to be more of a corporate, and the kind of solutions, especially when it comes to more of social media, or trying to bring out analytics, you call it cloud, rightly pointed out the edge of cloud, and bringing it out blockchain, and the kind of mixed reality when you try to use as much as on the Internet of Things, and trying to use more of the programmable networks, or even for that sake geospatial technologies. All those things are going to get aligned towards the kind of customer digital and the cyber security, and the kind of security which is going to enable and see the choice of change, which is going to challenge the technology part of the system. But sure, the customer digital has its own pros and cons, but banking are going to get more towards align, getting those systems and trying to align and see a future which is going to be more customer digital and trying to empower using the technology fusion. Back to you, Mr. Vyas.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I think you brought out a very important point, the customer digital. I think it's not just a back office or something like head office. It is also front office, very much important. So customer digital is a very important concept you brought out. Let me also introduce Prasanna Lohar. He joined just now, Head Digital Innovation and Architecture, DCB Bank. Thanks, Prasanna, for joining this session. So, Sudhin, could you please also share your thoughts on what is this fusion of technologies and how it is impacting the banking industry, and how we justify that we are in the banking 4.0 era?
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic opportunity for really the entire banking ecosystem, whether it's big banks or financial services or insurance companies or even fintechs or even rest of the participating ecosystem, to really leverage all these emerging tech and innovations. I think the COVID world, the COVID disaster has prompted everyone to go now digital, contactless, and seamless. And that's what we have done over the years, both in Barclays as well as in State Bank of India. Over the years, we invested in the mobile banking, internet banking, bots, modernized our core banking, digital payments, digital infrastructure, as well as a lot of modernization of course, our GRC, the governance, risk, and compliance. So I think what has happened today is a fantastic opportunity where banks and fintechs can further give much better service, more scalable services, much better customers, a much better digital-based customer-driven kind of solutions. And I think it's also very important that to see the size of the mission critical natures of the banks, what we do, the banking core banking system. So in 2017, when I was in head of innovation at State Bank of India, we benchmarked our core banking systems at 24,000 transactions per day, or approximately 1.5 billion transactions. 24,000 transactions per second, or approximately 1.5 billion transactions in a day. This is the most advanced, scalable, complex core banking system in the world, developed in India by Indian technologists. And this is serving more than 450 million plus customers and 670 million accounts. And in spite of all this COVID disruption, everything is working absolutely fine. We are doing all the services working from home. So it means that all these modernization, the use of emerging tech, the use of automation, is going to, I think, help the ecosystem. Is going to bring a lot of customer delight, better customer engagement, and will also keep driving the costs, much lower.
Sure. Thank you. I think, yeah, the fusion of technologies, it should not be like a slogan. I think, as you rightly mentioned, the customer delight and operational excellence and profit, unless I think we achieve those important milestones, so no point having whether 12 or 24 technologies. Thanks, Sudhin. Ashish, what is your view? I mean, you represent a startup, and I'm sure you might be bringing so many innovations in the fintech. So what is your view, this intersection and convergence of these technologies, how it is going to change the banking industry? What is the additional value proposition we can get it from this fusion of technologies?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, sir, for the question. So, see, basically, what I believe is that traditionally the banks have been using a push strategy to communicate their offerings, to customers, whether it is via advertising or via mails or via POS systems and so on and so forth. Now, the industry focus overall is moving from customer service to customer engagement. I think that will be the key to success for any bank. Now, this requires a two-way mode of communication, where and in this case, the social media can play a big role. There is a huge, large volumes of data on social media, which can definitely help the banks, understand the sentiments of the customer, the behavior of the customer, and the needs of the customer. So what I believe is that banks can extract very key insights for customers in terms of servicing, marketing, risk, business performance. So that is one, powerful tool which the customer, where the banks can use this social media tool to drive the loyalty, the revenue, and profitability. So that is one tool which definitely banks can use, and many fintechs use that. The other one on the social would be the transitioning from the enterprise CRM to social CRM. So there are, within the banks, when we interact with banks, we have seen that there are so many silos within the banks. There is one wealth management, then mortgage, then savings account. While if you see that the customer today is looking for a 360-degree view. Now, if you want to do that, the social CRM, which will be cutting across different silos, will be the most powerful tool which you can use. The other tool, which I believe and most of the fintechs use, is the AI technology. AI technologies can help you, in boosting your revenue via two ways. One, they will tell you where to invest, what to invest, what has been giving you high revenue. So from that perspective, you get more customers. So that is one revenue streaming. The other is that it will also help you bring down the cost. So by putting in more higher automation, reducing the error rates, reducing the utilization of your resources, and uncovering the unleashed potentials. What will happen if you invest in this bond, right? So all that stuff, when AI brings you together, that helps you boosting your revenues through personalization and by giving better services to your employees. So those two,
that's good.
That is going to help many banks.
Sure, fantastic. So I think probably we'll conclude this particular topic with Prasanna. Prasanna, can you highlight especially I think most of our panelists mentioned about revenue, loyalty, personalization, investments, decisions, and all. So what do you think the fusion of these technologies will bring value to the banking? I call it as a banking 4.0.
And I think it is a really good topic, Industry 4.0, right? And that too we are talking when Industry 4.0 adoption is at peak. And as rightly said by Suresh, is this peak is because customer is itself they are adopting, right? Say for example, if my customer is adopting Industry 4.0, they are talking about intelligence, they are talking about IoT, wearables, they are adopting mobile, and moreover, when 5G will come into picture, they will have so many gadgets around them, right? And as a bank, if I'm not catching that journey, then I think it's a risk for us, which is that Ashish has really rightly pointed out. Earlier, bank used to push their products. Take my mobile banking, take my mutual funds, or this is something for you. But here, customer will ask, do you have these things? I think which is available in Netflix. So something which is available in other industry, like as a cross industry, banking customer would like to say similar kind of experience for him in the banking journey. Say example, something is available at a phone pay, Paytm as a service, so they will look at whether it is available at you or not, right? Something is bringing a banking on wearable, or banking on a smart car, or banking into your refrigerator, or any kind of such a something is coming into their life, right? Say example, in some of the shopping malls outside of India, if you enter in the shopping mall, they know who has really entered. Moreover, they know many more data points around him, who has entered, his facial expression, he can do payment to the facial. Can I not have similar experience at branches, or can I not have some contactless experience at ATMs? So bringing that cross industry innovation, which is based upon industry 4.0, customer would like to demand that in the future. So I think customer already is aware of these things, while because in pandemic they have adapted too much of digital, and now sitting at home they want everything digital, right? Now this digital will go beyond this expectation, and current digital become a normal tradition. What is that we'll look for? I think I'm with all my experts. Customer is moving fast. Human augmentation has really happened. I think we have surpassed one generation in last few months. At least for few of those older generation, they have started adopting mobile phones for their services. Millennials sitting at home glued to the mobile phones. I think there are some up and downs why we are too much on digital, but at the same time, that's a reality. And as a bank, we should understand where your consumer is moving. And if we are not analyzing how consumer is doing their journey in onboarding, or servicing for that customer, or engaging that customer, or how do we safeguard customers data, or the various controls at a bank level. So I think industry 4.0 brings a lot of efficiency around that. Through AI, you can have a chatbot, you can have robots, humanoids, robotic process automation for operations. Sudhin was talking about adoption of blockchain will really move the banking to the next level, right? Just imagine banking without zero operation. Without that cost is completely removed, right? It is all possible. It's only in mindset. How can we and how soon we can make it happen? But in a nutshell, industry 4.0 is a name for a next customer moment, and banks who will really be on that journey, they are getting those incentives as of now, and every bank should really practice speech and really adopt that journey. Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much. So banking 4.0 is justified, well justified. So I think the most important point what you brought out is if customer is moving at let us say 150 kilometers per hour, and banks cannot move at 15 kilometers per hour. So customers getting a lot of access to more digital devices, and the environment, the social media, their behavior got changed, their expectations got changed. So banks have to embrace all this 12 or 20 or whatever, all these now payments like Google, you call Google Pay or Paytm or PayPal. I mean, there are so many. Do you think the banking as such, the traditional banks become like a back office elephants where they limit their transactions to the core banking transactions, and front office where you mentioned people are expecting an excellent experience, like Ashish also mentioned personalization, social CRM. Means all these things will be taken over by some small companies, startups, etc. Then banks, what is that? This total payment business is happening today. How the banks will get impacted? What is your view on that?
So I think this is a very good question, sir. I think it's already happening. Look at the Google Pay. What was there Google Pay available in 2016 when these 60-year-old or 100-year-old banks are already available, right? But Google Pay came in and really getting those pie of transactions, followed by Phone Pay, followed by earlier Paytm was there, right? So they are already part of this payment journey and so on. But I think, see, banks are regulated by regulator, right, and government of India, so inherently, and they will always look at how banks will be always part of that game, right? Say example, Google and Phone Pay were doing at least 70-80% of this UPIs. Immediately they brought in some rule by saying that they cannot, after some certain portion, they cannot have the pie of those UPI transactions. P2P was one example where they were about to get over peer-to-peer lending. So immediately those P2P got converted into NBFCs, where the role of a regulator has came into picture. So while doing this journey, while banks are blessed with the regulators, banks will be always there because they are regulatory entities. We need banks for safeguarding your finances, but people need banking. They may not need actual those bricks and mortars and those branches, but what people need is a financial service. If they are getting that financial service through some app with a better experience, they will always go for it. So banks has to now understand the game is not only that brick and mortar or a branch or a followed by mobile banking or internet banking. It is more beyond that for that digital customer. This digital
But I'm
customer
sorry to
wants
interrupt
to.
here.
Yeah, so I'm coming to your question. So this digital customer
Yeah.
is there, and they will always look at the services not only from banks app but on non-banking apps. So you will see rise of marketplaces like Paisa Bazaar, Bank Bazaar is already there. Here onwards, you will see a lot of marketplaces on various services, right? So one of the entity which we are bringing, that account aggregator, right? So account aggregator, what they will do, they are gonna standardize how these marketplace will consume or APIs from the banks or similar kind of entities. So that kind of a motive will come in the next couple of years. The way in Europe PSD2 had come, banks are always required. But how can we really regulate that whole business model, incentivize to banks and the partners through account aggregator? That is on a high priority. I think we tried doing it, but because of pandemic, I think that launch is still postponed. They have more than 40 plus use cases around in account aggregator. To begin with SMEs, you just imagine all the APIs which one bank was opening it to some fintech, now that has to be driven through account aggregator. So account aggregator will have a complete control of how API is being consumed by these partners and fintechs. So banks will be always
My
there.
question is,
Yeah,
sorry
banks will
to
be,
interrupt, Prasanna.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
My question is, if this is happening, your account aggregators, AISPs, whatever, the account information service providers and all these guys, do you think banks lose most of the direct interaction? Of course, banks will be there. Banks have to be there. There is nothing like banks will not be there. But my fundamental question is, can banks sustain with the customer relations directly? The interactions with banks will go down, where all these AISPs or the fintech or very new tech companies will take over that customer interface, where only banks limiting to the backend transactions. So that's where the banks are worried. We may get disconnected directly.
So I think the answer to is yes or no. Now depends upon the consumer. Consumer is of which bank, right? Say for example, consumer is a customer of some tech-savvy bank, and he is already on a digital journey, utilizes so many gadgets. So that customer will never call to the contact center, right? But at least there are, I think Suresh can add in, right? So there are n number, I think 60-70% of customers are in rural area. They do not know, although they have a WhatsApp or those Netflix and this and that, but banking, their need is to walk by nearest branch, take out the money, or walk by nearest BC, take out the money or give that money back. So that journey is still there. So India is a mix of both the digital and the physical world so far. At least in India, we have a long way to see that 100+ cashless economy, something like that. I think it will never happen because we have other challenges, education, or how is the infrastructure and how is the network bandwidth. Unless and until we become completely digital on these other challenges, I think we don't see that vanishing of the customer connect to the or a bank connect to the customer. So that's in nutshell I can say.
So I think we're safe at least for next 5 years. Okay, it's all right. So Sudhir, now I'm changing the topic a bit, where in the financial industry and banks and all, everybody's talking about robots. I think we'll see in the news items, robo is basically welcoming you at the bank. I don't know what is the real value add. That's a different discussion. Then you also have the robo advisors, robo loan advisor, robo investment advisor, robo XXXX advisors. So what do you think these robo advisors, whether chatbots or virtual assistants, and physical robots welcoming at the banks, do you see any trends in India and how it is going to change the Indian banking system?
So, in fact, a great question, because in 2017 and 18, we implemented 2 bot solutions. One was for our internet banking, as well as one was for our overall website, sbi.co.in. very, very successful implementations. We had a lot of users actually coming in, wherein instead of them having to connect to a call center, they could directly converse with the bot. And initially what we built was the conversational bots. Now the value addition that we are looking at and how we are engineering it, and the roadmap is now to make those conversational bots also into transactional bots, right? So that the right to, suppose a person wants to make a payment or wants to make a payment through a e-com site, so the bot will not only just give the information or the answer all the FAQs, but will also actually add further value, where just by logging in, the entire system will go automated and autonomic, right? So the bot will take care of your entire journey. So we had very good success when we started with the conversational bots. We had initially, we checked the quality of those bots from 80% relevance and accuracy. We have gone up to nearly 97 to 98%, which is really fantastic. What we did is we took the existing database of all our call center transcripts and gave it to our technology team and our technology partners. We worked with some startups as well as some of the big consulting companies, which are already system integrators with the bank. And we could now what we're doing is, so the engine based on the data we already had, right? All the conversations that have been recorded with the customer and the call center rep. We have now been able to reduce the load on the call center and put the call center staff to much more value addition work. And believe me, there's a lot of work in the bank, right? For all our different products and services. So I think now the real value is also going to be shift to, so this is very good for retail banking, for corporate banking. Now for the wealth management side, for the investment banking, I think they have been a little slow, because a lot of banks have been slow because of the regulations. Because when it's a question of investment, very different than your core banking or your retail banking or your corporate banking. So that will take some time. But eventually, I think once you have this autonomicity, then what will that do is actually reduce the bias, will in fact increase the ethics. There's going to be a lot of use of ethical AI to actually train these bots to follow the non-biased standards, or to follow the correct standards. Because when it's a human, there is a tendency to always have a bias, and obviously a human can't match the processing power of a bot, right? So I think there's a lot of scope. I think this is one of the biggest successes that we have had, where, because a lot of times we are always questioned by the stakeholders saying that, look, we're talking about blockchain, AI, automation, bots, but what is the success? What is the cost benefit analysis? What is the ROI? I think the bots, and as well as the RPA, the robotic process automation, that we've also implemented, has given us a lot of success in this space, and this will drive us to further cover the entire millions of customers that we serve, right? So we'll now also have the bots available for the mobile. We have the you only need one mobile banking application, so even that will be completely automated. That's in fact already automated, right? So I think this convergence of the automation, big data, the AI engine, which can give a very relevant, specific response. And over the years, when we further research and study this data, we will now take the bots to the next level, wherein more value addition, wherein the entire transaction or the entire life cycle management of a customer, service or experience can be managed by the bot itself, right? So I think this is very great success. Just one thing that we have learned, especially from a banking perspective, because banks, we make money on lending, right? We don't make money on payments, or building up all this great grand infrastructure, or getting the best of AI and blockchain and automation, and maybe in the future quantum computing. Banks make money on lending. Even fintechs make money on lending, right? So you can have the best payment infrastructure, you can have the best APIs, but ultimately the banks and the fintechs and the entire ecosystem, whether it's even the the credit card operators, or the entire payment processors, we have to figure out how in the payment ecosystem, where the value lies, and how the monetization can be done, so that everybody can survive and then prosper, once we get this ecosystem to get itself monetized. So I think whatever payments investment is done, care should be taken that it should be looked at from a monetization perspective, and also from a position that if it's only banks and even payment companies only make money on transactions or on the lending, right? So that is a very important thing to keep in mind.
Okay, thanks, Sudhin. I think a decade back, one of the manufacturing company, I think the CTO asked me, I want to have a humanless help desk. At the time, it was a bit new, right? I mean, what is this guy talking and all? We did a lot of research. So I think the IPsoft also, I think after that started Amelia 2.0 now, I think at present. So I think more and more, I think banks also need to acquire the capabilities, like you said. Customer services probably more and more will be done by the robots or chatbots or whatever. Some of the investment decisions also can be given by the robots. You also talk about RPA. It is very important, I think, banks to understand the essence of that. They should start the strategies and proof of concepts to build all these innovations. Of course, some other banks already started, but I'm talking in general. Thank you so much, Sudhin. Now let me come back to the other interesting area. I think Prasanna already touched upon, but I would like to again bring out Dr. Suresh, Sean, and Ashish. Within next, I think 3-4 minutes, if you can share about in the European countries and other Western countries, they started this payment direct services, right? PDS2, and then AISP, then PISP, account information service providers. Prasanna talk about if I have 5 accounts, 5 banks, then there is no need for me to go to all banks. The aggregator can give me one interface and one screen where all my banking transactions I can see at one place, AISP, right? And also you have the payment initiation service providers, PISP and all. So what do you think this open banking, this total, I think the name given is the open banking. So what is the open banking trend in India, and how much time you think it will take in India to embrace that? Are the global standards applicable for us, or any regulatory amendments to be done for the global standards? Suresh.
It's a great question again. Let us put it very transparently where, again, the challenge is to realize Indian digital dreams. Like with the support of regulators and trying to emphasize more on that and trying to have even the benefits of going cashless. What are indirectly you're saying how we can try to mitigate, especially when you get into rural and trying to opt for it. So let us understand very clear to find any digital, you name it with any jargon, robotics or digital cashless payments, has to go through 3 challenges, which is connectivity, bandwidth. So let us have the applications which is working both online, offline, and we should have the entrance of addressing electricity. Still, I have more than 400 locations of mine working with only 3 hours electricity, and the resource availability in the last mile. Who understands and appreciates. So these 3 concerns has to get built part of it. And in India, e-business is less to do with electronics, more to do with more of emotions. So until the emotions are trying to build part of the e-technology and trying to get connected, it's not so easy to build on that. Where Prasanna mentioned very clearly, saying like all finances should come together. That's what we call something called earn to pay model. Make the customer to earn so that he can pay for the bank, whatever it is, all that, which is nothing but a community cloud. He will get into the community cloud where other things are all available. He will use only one digital expectation to set all and come out. And he should have the yieldings also, how it goes more into the transparency and trying to get as much as on timely again solutions, whatever it is. And it should be more reliable and scalable. So similar things are the challenges which is given as of now. And surely the kind of even regulators, especially when it comes to tax, go deeper pockets of it. Now the people trying to use how to mitigate or how to address illegal payments, like to make it as illegal, then what are the things to be addressed. So creating the customer service, having empower of digital payment platforms, which is more prompt, which we call it a reach and speed. It should reach to the other opponent faster, and it should be speedy, and it should be secure. So keeping all these things looks very simple, but that's what the complexity which is built internally. And the convincing payments, it should be quick transactions, save time and resource. Again, that's again, I'm trying to connect part of the bandwidth and the kind of applications, whichever it is there. And nowadays people try to bring out earn to pay model, which is more integration. Like Prasanna mentioned, it's like whatever we are planning to do for 5 years, now it has come to 5 months. So people mindset has changed and things are expected and the things are also in place. So where people are motivated to even get into bank accounts now, trying to use the kind of inflation framework and trying to utilize so that the particular transaction cost comes down and trying to be more secure and safe. So if this, all the things are possible, and if you are trying to get that best out of it, let us have something called a community cloud. Again, talks less about the corporate digital, talks more about customer digital, and give a bouquet of services. It could be even a financial services, could be even a corporate bank, it could be even a nationalized bank. All the services should be available part of it, and you should pick and take it up and try to use it. Those kind of things are going to get matured, and that's where the real challenge and the kind of opportunity people can see to try to use as much as on digital. Back to Mr. Bfsi.
Thank you, thank you. So Ashish, you represent fintech. So what do you think the readiness of the banks in India to open up their APIs, and you want to have a lot of integrations and come up with some new innovations? So do you see such type of things happening in India? The openness, I call it as open bank.
Right. Yeah, thanks, Vesa. So definitely, there are not many banks now who are, going into AISP or PISP where they have the APIs where the account information can be shared or the payment information can be shared. Definitely with traditional banks, the way they have been working, there are compliance stuff which needs to be still, automated, or the APIs have to be there. And the government is also helping us in, coming up with many different ways of onboarding a customer. See, traditionally, you have to go to a branch and then, open an account. Now with the fintechs coming in play, where you can, open an account sitting in a sofa in your house in 5 to 6 minutes, the regulatory stuff is definitely there, which needs to be still addressed, and it is getting addressed with OTP, KYC, CKYC, centralized KYC. Government is coming up with that. Offline KYC, government is coming up with that. So there are many things which which government is coming up with. Now, how does it impact the traditional banking business? Definitely, with fintechs coming in play, the impact on the traditional banking business is that the banks get the opportunity to expand their range of offerings. Once you get the customer in your hand, then you are able to do cross sell, of all the complementary products which you can do. Then the other good part is that you unlock the unserved markets. So, for example, there is a very small SME bank which is sitting in China, so sitting in let's say Tamil Nadu, and traditionally it would have been only be able to offer its offerings to the customers who are there, locally located. But now with the fintech being in play, they can reach out to the customers who are in far North India as well. Right, so it helps us in exploring the untapped markets, and which definitely helps in generating the new revenue streams. Now, what fintech is playing a role, BSR, here is that with the millennial population coming into picture, right, or the Gen X population, Gen Z population coming into picture,
right,
they are very demanding. They don't rely on the traditional approach. They will search for the information, the financial products. They will go to online. They will find so many tips, and the only thing they want is convenience. They want personalization. They want accessibility. So all that, which I think banks have the forte of the money and the revenue and the other stuff, but most of these things is going to come up with the fintech. Where they are going to transform the entire banking system from a branch-specific process to the digital channels, which is going to be, and that is where, the bankings can take the advantage of omni-channel presence, the mobile UI and UX, that is what, fintechs are bringing in. So I think definitely there is an impact on the bank, but I feel that this is a win-win situation for both the fintech and the bank, because fintech is driving the business and the bank is also getting the customers.
Okay, I think excellent. So this is also another one area, I think, strategic intent and direction required. The integration of banks and fintech, what is the new extended banking ecosystem can be built. I think each and every bank has to look at that. I'm not still sure whether are there any regulatory challenges to have that open banking in India. I think we have to really see that, how that ecosystem will be built. So I think we're trying to bring out some important aspects. Very good. So Sudhin, you talk about strategic directional thing, I think the robos and robo advisors, humanless probably help desk, which you did not say, but I am saying that. So how the banks, with all these things, how banks can reduce the human effort and use the brains for the best banking. I think the next level of banking, how they can take it. Now coming to Prasanna, within 2 minutes, probably can you please give your idea? Yeah, last 1 decade, I think we have been talking about cryptocurrencies. And even the conventional banks, the huge banks also started so many initiatives on the distributed ledger technologies like blockchain. And some of the banks, in fact, are bringing their own currencies. Even I think Facebook is bringing their own currency. Reliance is bringing their own currency. So this is where we all heard about the cryptocurrencies and all. So what do you think this whole cryptocurrency impact on the banks and how the Indian banking industry marry with this cryptocurrency? So can you please share your thoughts on that?
So cryptocurrency is a phenomena which gives a liberty for a bank to operate without much of operations. Okay, so say example Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't require man in middle. Bitcoin doesn't require settlement, or Bitcoin doesn't require any window of operational overheads, right? So what it requires more like some another window where something goes wrong with a transaction to have a dispute management, or to really have incentivization to the banks who are operating in that whole network. So I think using that technology and banking coming together, I think we can do away with a lot of overheads in current banking industry. I think may not be in India, but outside of India, many governments or many countries have adopted cryptocurrencies. There are payment companies like Visa or are adopting crypto. They have adopted some startup recently in a couple of days before. Okay, they are utilizing for that. So Facebook is an example where they have come up with their own cryptocurrency. They tried doing along with the MasterCard, Visa, but actually that was a good try. So I think if you look at ethically, cryptocurrency has a lot of advantages over a period of current banking. But that to have a right study and a right compliances around that, we can really do wonders for a country. If you bring on a cryptocurrency or a cryptocurrency technology based another currency, we can certainly have it. That's how is a take. But before doing that, we should have a proper study, proper regulation framework around that, and let's run it. So this is how China is doing, or Japan is doing. It's being done in the Sweden has launched some of the banks on a crypto banks, right? Switzerland. They have done it. There are small countries who has their own cryptocurrencies. So if you look at positive parts of the cryptocurrency, they are really good positive parts. But if you look at the cryptocurrencies like Ethereum, Bitcoin, which doesn't make any sense for a normal Indian citizens, so government will always say no to them because it is not giving really impact. Third aspect around cryptocurrency, which we'll talk about, which is decentralized finance. So decentralized finance are those fintech companies who are operating without banks. They are providing lending support. They are providing your CASA accounts. Moreover, they are acting as if they are providing interest also, whatever money you are depositing there. So I think as a country or as a India, we have a potential to create a group, right? Of the way we create a group for cyber security or AI or blockchain, cryptocurrency experts, and bring a regulation wherein we can really surpass whatever hindrances, challenges which we have, right? Today in operational overhead, settlements, there are a lot of disputes. So many calls go to the contact center. My transaction done at ATM, but it's still not done, or I have sent money, but still it is not done. So these kind of things we can really do away. But moreover, for a longer period, we will save a lot of infrastructure also for a banks. So good parts are there, I think, but there is a long way to go because whatever investment we have done so far on IMPS, UPS, NFT, and it will take a lot of time to really remove it and be there. The way we have done UPI, right? How we have done UPI? We did UPI for among 4 banks as a POC pilot way back in 2016, and followed by 11 banks in 16 April, followed by now we have so many banks on UPI. A parallel ecosystem is created aligned with the regulation. Similarly, we have to see some other this kind of satellite ecosystem coming in slowly under a regulation, and let's embark on that technology benefit of crypto. I think then it's very much possible to do that, but there is a long way to go. But that long way to go can be really fast track based upon how force is coming from government. UPI was blessed by RBI, right? Similarly, I think something has to be blessed by somebody. Then only it will happen at a country like India.
I think, as you rightly said, I'm sure RBI already appointed a task force working on this, but still, I think need to be probably expedited to see that not only limiting to this, what are the important items we discussed. A long way to go in India. So my last two questions, probably I request Sudhin and Suresh to answer. One is, what is the impact on the software applications? We all from the technology community. Now we talk about open banking, we talk about robo banking, we talk about probably the cryptocurrency based in future or blockchain. Maybe I think Sudhin, prior to this discussion, we were talking it's not only currency, the blockchain smart contracts will make the banks autonomous. Maybe most of the transactions can be done automatically. All the policies can be implemented automatically, right? So with all these changes, what are the applications which we have been building for the last 60, 70 years? They're all transactional. Okay, they're all transactional applications. But now Ashish talk about some social CRM, social media, personalization. There is some systems are coming in to engage the people. There are systems coming in to interact with the things like whatever ATMs or other wearable devices and all, right? So if you look at this, the spectrum, the applications, the software applications, not just limited into systems of records, which are transactions, systems of engagement, systems of things are happening. So what is the challenge for the CIO to embrace all these new type of applications to be designed, developed, and deployed? So what challenges? There are flooded. I said 12 technologies. I mean, it is a nightmare for the CIOs, right?
No, absolutely, great question. In fact, when we built all these systems, the system of records and system of engagement, especially let's say for our core banking and other mission critical services, we have built so much of code, and we have got so many repositories that we don't even know where the code is, where the repository is, who is owning that repository, how to do the governance, how to do the change management, how to do the DevOps. It's a mess. It still works. It still works because over the years we have perfected it, being a mission critical services and systems, right? But so that's on the run side. On the change side, what we're doing is that we are using now the latest and greatest of technologies like LCNC, which is low code, no code. So without writing any code or minimal code, I just get a template. I just click on that template and, without writing any code or minimal code, I can get my solution working. I have used these low code, no code applications for developing some mobile applications, and I could do that entire application I could build in 3 days, right? Even if it's a web service application, I'm sure it can be built in 5 days. Otherwise, previously, if you ask me how much time do we spend, I will not tell you the exact details, but it's very embarrassing to tell you how much time we have spent on developing applications and this architecture and the design and the solution, right? So I think this entire convergence of low code, no code for the engineering and development, then the automation like RPA and IPA, as well as the alignment and integration with emerging technology. For example, blockchain, right? Blockchain, if you look at it, it is like a secured, it's like a converged code, right? It's got the compute element, it's got the storage element, it's got the network element. So all these emerging technologies like blockchain, AI is in fact extremely well aligned to the new development, engineering and development that we are doing based on low code, no code, and RP and IPA. So I think this is a great opportunity for both banks and fintechs to, build solutions much faster. And on the change side, also make sure that these solutions that we build are more based on data and data science, which can then help in the analytics, as well as also give us the feedback as to how to improve our overall customer engagement. So I think this is a great opportunity. I can tell you that all global banks are using these low code, no code, and RPA systems and IPA systems every day. And I think over the years it will really benefit. There's a lot of developer ecosystem that are also being built, and the fact that if we can reduce this development time by 70-80%, as well as integrate very well with the emerging tech, I think will be great for banks and will be great for all their customers.
So what is the readiness of our Indian banks in terms of, we talk about, I think we are talking in a way, the new way of software engineering. You talk about RPA in software development. You talk about AI. You talk about, I think, DevOps, then RPA or IPA and all. These are all very new practices, new methods, right? It's not like traditionally the CIO community used them. These are all, I think, last 3-4 years, I think slowly they are transitioning into this one. So what is the readiness of Indian banking industry and the banking CIO community for all these new practices? Not like big banks, I think they have money, but I'm talking about in general.
Yeah, so I mean, all banks and even smaller banks, I think they know that what is the new emerging models and emerging engineering principles that are coming along. So they are building skills competencies, global competencies, coding competencies. They are also working with their consulting partners as well as system integration partners to share resources and also get the knowledge, right? So there is a lot of focus today to use this emerging tech not as just something that is showcased just showcased across, that saying yes we have used this, but to actually start with those implementations. So for example, we've already done it for our in 2018 when we launched our YONO application. A lot of that development was in fact using the RPA and the low code no code kind of principles and framework, right? And that application was built very fast, for the size of our bank, for the size of a global big bank. So I think it's already being done. Yes, further needs to be focused, especially the CIO thinking where yes, he will have to keep running the systems, the mission critical systems. That's very important. You have seen that the amount of fraud and the amount of payment problems that have sometimes beset at some banks. I don't want to name them, but they've been quite serious failure of these delivery of these mission critical services. So the run has to be maintained, but on the change side, you have to now start thinking of, yes, there is a platform shelf life for what we have done in the past, and now we have to take on the new principles which will only help us to go to time to market faster. Will be able to use the latest and best of technologies, and even in fact I have seen that use of this emerging tech is very good to even do the open banking and open API kind of frameworks, right? So if I go to a bank and say that, hey, I'm already working on low code no code, I've already got the automation, then it'll be easier for me to get all the banks together and to build a kind of a API hub, or to build an open banking kind of a consortium and alliances. And this is very common in Europe, maybe not that much common in the US, and India is taking is taking shape. We built together with Shan and with Suresh and Prasanna, we built in 2017 a bank chain alliance where we got 30 plus banks together, 10 technology vendors together, and we said, let's work together, let's test out these these new emerging technologies like blockchain. So I think everybody is taking it very seriously. It's not only the big banks, but even the entire all fintechs. In fact, a lot of the development by fintechs, and Ashish would also agree that in fact they're looking at all the RPA and IPA and low code no code kind of development, because if you do it the legacy way, it's going to take by the time it's going to take too long a time. So I think it's happening. It is being seriously taken. Yes, there are challenges in terms of skill sets and also the thinking that we have acquired over a long time, right? No, this is the only way we can do it, and this is the only way it can be done. I think that's also changing. So I see a very bright future, and I think it's in fact even great for, there's a lot of even opportunity for fintechs to push their services and offerings integrated with the bank offerings and take it ahead.
Okay, that's great. So that's great. I think an excellent description of how the complete CIO organization they have to look at, and how they can embrace the new practices and all. Sean, I have one question. Now we talked about so many things. I mean, I'm sure so much of data get generated. I mean, in the last 30-40 minutes, what you have been talking, I think maybe it is 100 times more data than in the conventional bank. So you need more storage, you need more computing power, all those things. So now people are talking about multi-clouds and hybrid clouds, and so the whole infrastructure side, the workload pattern is completely changed, and it is going to be changed tremendously because of all these new way of doing the banking, robo banking or open banking or the cryptocurrency banking, whatever it is. So what do you think the changes needs to be brought in the technology infrastructure. So whether cloud, multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, edge computing, what not, I mean, the programmable networks and all. Again, that is another nightmare for the CIOs. It's not as easy what we say. A lot of transition needs to happen. Yeah.
It's again a great question. From technology point of view, we have enough jargons. It starts from cloud and it ends with whatever on that. But let me put that expectations. What is the functional changes happening today? That's where the expectations coming part of the technology part of view. The kind of corona effect, you can see even a small kirana shop where they are able to do a business in a day, 7,000 rupees. By adding other products to that, they are able to complete or they are able to serve the things in that society more than 25,000 in a same day. That's the expectation from the kirana shop wala, where he is able to sell its other things using technology, trying to put it. Take it from the transporter angle. Put on the transporter was just using as a technology. Today, he wants something called an astrological message, which comes part of his receipt and goes as an idea to him. Being a Kanya star, you will get your money back. That day it happens, then he is strongly believing your system, and the trust is built more on the expectations. Same way, like you see any area, you take it like even farmers today. What we do is we tell them like whether today it will rain or the soil fertility, which he knows better. So from there, the expectations of information is flowing back to the system. So that the capturing of information from the farmers to the technology and trying to keep it as a social media which is available for those people who start farming as a new thing. So the kind of transformation what we see now, people don't want advice, they have it. They are saying like they have some demands which has to be fulfilled, including finance advisory, good olden days, whatever it is. And now people are able to project and they're able to convert what is expected for that financial year and what things they can expect. So since this all those things functionally has changed, that pressure is on the technology. So even the customer is now slightly master planned. He wants to have a master key where he should get all the things whatever he is expecting, and the customer is now trying to dictate and technology should deliver to him, which is visible. And when you try to build it, that's what the community cloud we are trying to emphasize, which will build again, which is on the emotional ground, not on the electronics ground, and try to bring like Sudhin can talk for another 2 days on what are all the latest systems available, but that all will get positioned with the expectations set by the demand from the local. Will have more to do with the kind of transformation. And the COVID has put like it will take down the line 5 years. Now it is truncated to 5 months. Surely people are ready and people have made their mindsets to try to utilize. Now it's a right time for even creating data centers towards the districts. Instead of having a data centers in only the metros, now the digital part should go more closer towards the customer and try to create as much as information which will pump into a common place and we are trying to utilize. That will create a huge community cloud where banks can sit on that and have an authentic information. Today, if you see even cryptocurrency or all payments, we are struggling a lot because of the authenticity of the information. This authenticity fails because of the kind of information reliable on the rural India. So create such things which is part of the digital, which will empower us. Reach and speed is going to be the mantra which will serve future down the line for another 3 years. So set all the kind of market or kind of the dynamic system from the banks towards creating the money and trying to get engaged with the customers, not just giving a loan and come with them. Like go get engaged with him for his lifetime is going to be the transition, and that's what the expectation set by the customer towards the corporate. That's what the banking is going to enjoy as the features which is going to be future. Back to Mr.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Suresh. Sudhin, do you have any, 30 seconds? Can you share your thoughts on the change in the infrastructure in the banking, the technology infrastructure? A few thoughts.
I think just a few points. I think, we have been, I must confess that we have been as banks flip-flopping on the cloud journey for a very, very long time. We first thought of private cloud, then public cloud, then hybrid cloud. But now with the post-COVID, I think we all agree that entire core banking is going to be on the cloud, entire GRC is going to be on the cloud, everything is going to be on the cloud, right? There is no way we can't, do anything about it. And I think along with that, so that infrastructure part also is going to be modernized with the advent of hyper-converged infrastructure, where your entire compute, network, storage can only be bought once rather than buying separate servers every time. So that's also a great benefit, in the infrastructure piece. And I think in terms of what I also see is that the ability for the applications to be cloud native. I think that is very important, because if you have still the legacy piece of it, or even the kind of distributed kind of architecture, that may not be the very well optimized for a cloud platform and for those kind of integrations. So I think that is going to be a very good space to also have the entire application built also be cloud native, and it should also be able to take care of better security, better governance, better risk, better compliance, better audit. So I think these are the things that are going to come in a very, very big way.
Super. I think, thank you so much. I think it's a wonderful discussion. We covered multi-dimensional aspects of banking 4.0. I think that's where India has to kickstart. Like I think Prasanna, you also mentioned 5G is coming in. Then I think a lot of changes will be there in the consumer behavior and expectations. Then banks have to move further speed. So I think we covered the technologies fusion, how it is going to change the whole banking, because it is very much required in the fourth industrial revolution and digital economy. The speed at which the customers changing their expectations, their needs, their wants, their emotions, very, very difficult to cope up. So there is no choice for banks except embracing these technologies and the fusion of technologies. So we also talk about the fintechs and other startups, the open banking, and the payment service providers and its impact on the banks. So, or the banks are going to be limited only to back office transactions, where these high-tech Gen Z's driven startups, fintechs are going to take over the customer interactions. I think there is some, I think pain is there, but still, I think, as you rightly said, some regulatory things will be there. It's not like somebody will come and just take over. That's another thing. Then Sudhin also talk about the robos, the robo advisors, the robo help desk. So how you can optimize the conversational bots to transactional bots, and then slowly getting into autonomous banking transaction. Of course, autonomous is not that near, but certainly that is another thing. So then we also talk about the cryptocurrencies. That means there are a lot of cryptocurrencies coming in, and India also, I think, needs to look at that holistically. So out of all this, that means we talk about what all the changes are coming in the banking segment, open banking, robo banking, social banking, which Ashish mentioned. So there is a lot of change required at the IT applications or software applications, software engineering, software new practices, new methods, whether DevOps or RPA, then infrastructure as code, whatnot. I mean, site reliability engineering. There are so many new things are coming into the software engineering. The CAOs have to embrace that. And again, Sean mentioned about the clouds, especially the emotional cloud. It's not electronics cloud, and the community cloud. And we also talk about the cloud native apps and the whole security, authenticity, and all. That's a wonderful discussion. Banking 4.0. I think let us accelerate that as a technology community in India. Thank you so much, friends, for joining this exciting panel.
Thanks to all of you for a thought-provoking discussion. Indeed, this conversation has given enough food for thought to our audience. My special gratitude to the learned panelist and the moderator. Now, let's welcome Anand Sharma, Executive Director, Tech Plus Media, for a very interesting session on Tech Plus' very innovative initiative, Virtual CXO for BFSI. Let's understand from Anand how this initiative from a new age and disruptive B2B marketing technology company, Tech Plus Media, will help address major marketing challenges of BFSI players.
Hello everybody. It gives me immense pleasure to announce the launch of our platform today, specifically for the SME segment. It goes with our ethos of enabling and strengthening the SME segment under Atmanirbhar Bharat. Friends, with the large enterprises are able to utilize the best of the CXO, the SME and SMB segment find it challenging to engage the right talent due to the CXO's availability as well as companies' affordability. Well, thanks to advancement in technology, The gig economy and freelancing have been picking up in last couple of years. Due to COVID, the remote working further became a necessity. At Tech Plus, we feel now since we all aspire to bounce back as we are unlocking, so are opportunities bouncing back, staring at us to get untapped. I'm very confident that the coming days, or should I say months, are going to be hectic, demanding, and full of actions. Whether remote or in person, the desire of freedom from lockdown, the aspirations to soar higher, the yearning to accomplish, this is going to usher us in a new era. An era of healthy competition between Tata's and Tesla, and an era of collaboration. The new VI, Vodafone Idea. Well, sharing is the in thing, cool stuff. Then whether sharing on cloud or sharing co-work spaces. Tech Plus Media has been pursuing knowledge sharing among marketeers through our initiative titled Marketing Mondays since the lockdown started. The fortnightly webinar is attended by a great fan following because CMOs and marketing leaders share their information and their experience firsthand. Let me showcase few of our Marketing Mondays event picks to you. Today, I'm announcing launch of one more initiative called Tech Thursdays. On the lines of Marketing Mondays, Tech Thursdays would provide a platform to tech leaders to share their knowledge with whoever wants to understand the changing paradigms of technology, be it the new age artificial intelligence, robotics, edge computing, virtual reality, blockchain, augmented reality, cryptocurrency, quantum computing, low-code platforms, or the middle-aged RPA, cloud, mobility, social, security, analytics, to name a few. There'll be lots more that you can look forward to at Tech Thursdays. These initiatives are receiving wider acceptance than we anticipated, and I thank every one of you for that. With these positive thoughts and a charged up spirit, let me announce the launch of virtual CXO platform to enable and extend high-end CXO services. Let me share more on that. It would be a platform for the CXOs, CIO, CTO, CDO, CISO, CMO to offer their quality services, or should I say expertise, in a freelance mode. It would provide a platform to the SME and SMB segment to access and solicit such services and engage the high-profile CXOs. Well, the overall engagement would be broadly categorized under consulting, implementation, and operations. There would be services rollout focusing as well as surrounding these categories. We would use the best practices to ensure quality of these service offerings. If I may take an example, CIO consulting services would utilize co-innovator approach. CIO implementation services would be based on project management principles, whereas CIO operations would imbibe ITIL framework. Similarly, there would be services available around CMO consulting, CMO implementation, and CMO operations, just to name. Please join me in congratulating Tech Plus Media on the launch of virtual CXO services, which would benefit the SME community with high quality and affordable inputs, as well as provide opportunities to enterprising CXOs. We wish this new business line all the success, and I'm confident that with your support and patronage, it would meet its desired objectives. I thank each one of you once again and wish you a great evening. Cheers and have a great day.
Thanks, Anand. Let's welcome Bala Ramaiah, founder and CEO, Squared Incorporation, for an insightful technology session on meeting the multi-cloud management challenges.
Hello, good morning. This is Bala Ramaiah from IS Squared. And today we are actually going to be talking about one of the IS Squared product family, Orsus, which was conceptualized about 5 years ago, 6 years ago actually. And we have been working on it. It has a number of modules, and it's an information systems management suite. The product itself has two family lines. One is the business applications line, and the other one is more focused on security, cybersecurity, and it's basically called as the Orsus Security Suite. The business line products consists of organization management, asset management, portfolio management, and workforce management. And the security line consists of the identity access management or governance and compliance management. So these 6 modules put together builds the entire Orsus suite. And this helps us provide an integrated service to our customers. When we are actually providing managed services, we take this as part of our product portfolio that the customers can choose from. For customers who already have the products, these products have connectors that can integrate and coexist. For customers who are more greenfield, we can actually start the deployment of these products both as SaaS offering or as an on-prem offering. So from a licensing point of view, there are lots of options and flexibility that we actually provide. And the product is built to scale from small to very large organizations. So depending on the needs and the customer's requirement, there are features that we can turn on, turn off. And the whole idea behind having this product is to have a single pane of glass to manage your IT and business applications. So that's kind of the premise of this particular application suite. And at a very high level, the modules are built in such a way that they act as pieces of puzzle that you can actually layer one on top of the other. And the solution is built over periods of time, and you don't need to buy into the entire product portfolio on day one. You can buy into one module and then you can expand to the others. You can basically coexist with your existing applications. For example, the workforce management module, it's basically your HR management solution, allows you to do onboarding, offboarding, talent management, including talent acquisition, talent nourishment. So all these features put together will basically give you the HR function. But then the payroll aspect of the HR has a linking with service providers like, say, ADP or Paychex. And you can basically use those providers and integrate them with your workforce module to get the full-fledged HR and the payroll/benefits function. So it has integration with providers like, say, Monster or other job portals where you can actually post jobs, pull the jobs in. You can actually manage the resumes, and you can actually manage the open positions, job requisitions. So all those things are well integrated into the solution. The background check aspect of the employment verification is also integrated. There are a number of service providers with whom we actually have predefined connectors that can be used, or if you already have your own service provider, you can integrate them if they provide an API hookup. So it's a pretty open REST-based API framework that we actually provide. So it makes it easy for your developers, or maybe you can outsource it. It's all built on .NET platform, or you can basically use anything else that is REST compliant, and you will be able to integrate with the product. In similar fashion to the talent management, one of the key products in today's world is the security aspect, and more so on the identity side, as the perimeter is shrinking from just external networks to internal management of identities, and hence it's being called like the new perimeter is the identity within an organization. The identity and access governance product is something that we are heavily investing on. We have released number of iterations of that in 2020, and we are planning to add more feature set to this particular family in 2021, purely because the identity and access governance space, if you may take a triangle, the three vertices of the triangle, the life cycle of the identities, the privileged identity and access governance, and then the third one being the single sign-on / the multi-factor authentication. But the data from all three of them is critical for you to have a holistic audit and compliance. So the three vertices, somehow basically you need to triangulate those somewhere in the center to gather all the data and provide a holistic audit and compliance reporting to most of the audits that an organization would be required to go through for, say, if you're in the US, SOX compliance, or if you're in the medical field, the HIPAA, in the payment industry side, the PCI compliance. If you're in the European region, it would be GDPR. So there are a number of compliance requirements that all hit the identity space. The product right now, the way it is set up, is handles one of those vertices, which is basically the lifecycle management of the identities. And when we actually talk about the lifecycle management, not only the regular user account lifecycle is managed by the identity and access governance product, but it also manages the non-user accounts and the privileged account lifecycle. So you can basically provision birthright policies. It will give you access to, say, certain applications, certain roles, certain data elements within your organization or within the applications. It can actually track non-user account management, like, say, shared accounts, test accounts, training accounts, service accounts, which generally in an organization, in a lot of places, they get created when new services are rolled out, new applications are rolled out, but then they fall off the grid. And once the application is decommissioned, or say the service is removed, the accounts still linger in the environment, whether it is an Active Directory or it is in the LDAP or it is within the application. So the end-to-end tracking of these identities are critical, because every identity that you add into the environment adds a certain layer of risk to the overall the IT landscape. And unless you can basically manage the policies for the non-user accounts, just like the policies around the regular user accounts, whether it be password policies or expiration policies or, say, recertification policies, it's imperative that there is going to be something that is going to be left out, which is not known, and that could become a vector of attack. So the solution allows you to provision and manage the lifecycle of these identities, not in just one single target system, but it could be done into multiple targets. You can actually have a single pane of glass where you can actually generate audit reports on these identities, whether they are user, non-user, or privileged. You can run recertification campaigns, which is basically a way of attesting the fact that after a period of time, the identities are still in use and they need to be available in the environment. So all these things are actually built into the environment, and there's no coding required. You can turn these on day one. The system provides a very intuitive interface for building, I would say, workflows for recertification policies, for defining those notifications, how many notifications you want to get, and for people to attest, approve. The interface makes it easy on a single screen. They can attest not just one, but n number of those types of requests that they basically come in. One other important aspect of the product that we are heavily focusing on is the compliance from the role and privilege granting aspect, which is basically the group management. So the system actually has two separate buckets. One is called as the group management bucket. The other one is called as a role management bucket. The group management allows you to create dynamic groups, which could be based on end user attributes, and you can use those attributes to construct a group membership, which will be auto-populated and auto-maintained. And as the users come in and go out of certain, say, departments or cost centers or say locations, these groups which are specific to those can be auto-updated and maintained by the system. So there is no stale data that is basically getting built up over a period of time, and the system auto heals itself based on the latest information that the upstream system or the authoritative source of the data is feeding. We also provide an interface where the groups are auto-created and auto-generated based on certain rules that you can define. You can say, hey, create a distribution group for every single location in the organization, or every single department in the organization, or every single cost center within the organization. And as the HR or the facilities department update the cost centers, the departments or the locations, these groups will be auto-created or auto-destroyed, and these distribution lists will be auto-managed based on who are belonging to that particular department, cost center, or the location, or any of the other parameters based on which you are allowed to create those groups. And you don't have to have a manual intervention in managing it. And your sync cycle could be as small as an hour to say a day or a week, depending on how frequently you make these changes in your environment. And each of these groups can have its own schedule on when it actually repopulates itself. So there's a lot of flexibility in terms of making sure that the data is current in the environment. You do have to do a fine balance between, hey, how current do I want to keep the data, and how much of processing power I'm going to put in, and what type of infrastructure I want to build. But those things are generally dependent on the number of users, the number of groups, the number of locations, departments, cost centers. And this is all done as part of the initial build process of the solution. And during the solutioning phase, the infrastructure is actually set up and rolled out. Finally, the role management aspect is something which is similar to the groups, but the roles are very specifically related to functions that a person can perform, and those functions are across, say, multiple applications. So someone like, say, an HR manager might need to have access to, say, payroll system, might need to have access to facilities system, might need access to the HR onboarding, offboarding system. Maybe they're all managed by one single person. When you say HR manager and you need to give access to 3 separate applications, but the same person manages it, you can actually create a role called as an HR manager, assign the person to the role, and then that role can be manifested as membership into a group in multiple systems. So basically, you could push the same user as a member of a particular group into multiple target systems. And this also allows you to do SOD checks. So you can actually say, hey, someone who is a benefits admin should not have access to onboard the person, or say to give the offer letter. So you can do some of those, or maybe an auditor should not have the right to update the accounting system. They should only have read-only permissions. So you can do SOD checks, which is basically segregation of duties. You can define the segregation of duties, like belonging to a certain group, you're not allowed to have access to some other group. If you have certain attribute values associated with you, you cannot then belong to certain roles. So you can actually do exclusions. You can do inclusions. Even to a point, you can actually say, hey, an auditor is going to come into my office to perform an audit from, say, 15th of January through the 30th of January. I want to auto provision this particular user and get everything ready for the user on the 14th. And automatically, when the user leaves on the 30th evening, you want to remove that particular user automatically so that the nobody forgets to remove that particular person, or it takes longer for you to onboard the person. So some of those automation things that you can actually today have to open a ticket into service desk and manage it are all automated in the system. So that's kind of the premise of the product where we are going. We are trying to automate as many aspects of the security and compliance within the IAM space, and able to provide connectors into different types of systems, say Workday or ServiceNow or say ADP or any REST-based applications or databases or flat files for that matter. So these things are all out of the box. No product in the IAM space is 100% plug and play. There is always some level of coding that is required. There are no proprietary languages being used in the system. The system understands Java scripting, PowerShell scripting. So if you are comfortable with those types of scripting technologies, you could basically have someone program your business logic into the application. And it's a pretty intuitive user interface. And we are really excited about the new feature sets that are going to be coming into this particular product portfolio in 2021. So with that, this was basically a very high-level overview of the identity and access governance module within the ORSA space. We do have a lot of other modules, but each of them have their own, I would say, life cycle. They basically have a lot of feature set that I would not be able to do justice on right now. But if you need more information, definitely reach out to us. You can reach us at isquaredinc.com, or you can basically send an email to sales@isquaredinc.com, and we would be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Bala, for your interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we end today's conference sessions. I appreciate your patience and sincerity to attend all the sessions. But that's not all for today. The evening is going to be super exciting. And finally, your wait has ended for the highly coveted CXO BFSI Excellence and FinTech Innovation Awards 2020. The awards will celebrate the success of each one of you. The year 2020 will be remembered for the unprecedented disruption in businesses caused by the pandemic. The true heroes are not those who reacted to the pandemic, but rather those who were better prepared. Successful companies have not just been able to rise to the pandemic challenges, but to forge ahead despite it, while others floundered. These organizations were led by CXOs with strategic vision who were able to rely on business continuity plans, provide greater resilience, and rapid innovation at a time when competition were going slow. So now it's time to announce the winners of the CXO BFSI Excellence Awards. CXO BFSI Excellence Awards is a personal leadership award that celebrates outstanding achievements of the winners in IT management and sustained business success. The winners have demonstrated a progressive spirit by embracing new ideas, new technologies, and new opportunities to advance their organization and make them future ready. Before we proceed to announce the winners of these awards, let me take the opportunity to underline the process of evaluation of the nominations. We have made the process of evaluation quite transparent to ensure fair ratings and unprejudiced awards. The parameters on which we scored the winners include tech vision, innovative use of technology, effective use of new age technologies, business process optimization, business competitive advantage, cost savings, customer experience, employee productivity, multiple innovative IT projects. The rigorous methodology itself explains the kind of efforts and deep analysis performed to come out with winners. Without any further ado, let me start with the announcement of the winners of BFSI Excellence Award 2020. The first award for CXO BFSI Excellence goes to Akhil Verma, Anil Kamble, Arin Dubey, Ashton D. Cruz, Ashutosh Jain, Awais Syed, Bhavesh Kumar Pandey, Deepak Nair, KV Deepu, Dr. Mukesh Mehta, Dr. Renu Rajni, GG Omen, Jitendra Panchal, Johnson K. Jose, Kirsi Tavadia, Lalit Trivedi, Mukesh Malik, Naveen Mangle, Nitesh Sharma, Pavan Chawla, Prasanna Lohar, Praveen Kumar, Pritam Thakur, Puneet Gupta, Puneet Kaur Kohli, Rahul Chopra, Rahul Mule, Rahul Vaidya, Rajendran N, Rajesh Unde, Rajiv Thampi, Rohit Kachru, Sabyasachi Rath, Sandesh Gowalkar, Sandeepan Chakrabarti, Sanjay Rastogi, Sarat Mohanty, Sarvesh Kumar Gupta, Satyanandan Atyam, Sekhar S, Shalabh Garg, Shashank Bajpai, Shivkumar Bhasin, Shivkumar Pandey, Shweta Srivastava, Siddhartha Mahapatra, Srinivasa Rao Muppenini, Sudhin Baraukar, Suneet Saxena, Suneet Vakharia, Dr. Suresh A. Shanmugam, Suresh Sankar Narayan, Surya Narayan K, Tejas Shah, V. Balasubramanian, V. Subramanian, Vartul Mittal, Vijay Patel, Viren Popatbhai, Italia, Vivek Dharia, Yagnesh Parikh. Now comes the CXO FinTech Innovation Awards. The winner for CXO FinTech Innovation Awards under the category of RegTech is Maverick Systems. Many congratulations to Team Maverick. The next category of FinTech Innovation Awards is Wealth Management, and the winner is Finway. Many congratulations to Team Finway. This brings us to the end of the award ceremony. On behalf of all the attendees, I would like to congratulate each of the winners for their exemplary achievements and innovations. I wish they maintain even newer heights in future. In this wonderful and eventful evening of the CXO Multicloud Summit, it gives me immense pleasure to thank all the keynote speakers, industry leaders, panelists for helping us put together a power-packed and thought-provoking agenda and making this a rocking event. And a special thanks to all our sponsors, Dell Technologies, CTP India, IBM, Fabulix, Maverick, and Horses. As without their support, this event would have not been possible. On behalf of Natwest Media, I express my gratitude to all the attendees for their patience and for taking out time from their busy schedule and for making CXO Multicloud Summit and Awards a booming success. I believe that all of you present here have benefited in some way by thoughtful sessions and intuitive keynotes. Further, we all expect the next edition of the CXO Multicloud Summit and Awards to be even more in-depth and more result-oriented. With our slew of initiatives, TechPlus Media wish to further nurture the symbiotic relationship between enterprises and OEMs. With these thoughts, we conclude the 2020 edition of the CXO Multicloud Summits and Awards. See you all next year. Thank you.